Okay, hey everybody. Sorry, I'm doing a different setup here, so give me just a quick second. Trying to make sure that everything's working. You guys may not know, but like I have a, you can't see it, but I've got a different screen that I'm working with here. I know you can only see my forehead. Give me a quick second here, everyone.
Today's no good
God,
for
Lisa, you're
going
too loud.
out. Did I say that
My
yesterday as
God,
well?
Lisa, you talk too much. Lisa, you talk too much. All right. I hope people show up quickly here. Give me a quick second to make this a little bit easier for me to actually see and be able to not show you guys my forehead the whole time. God, don't know how to use this. This is new. This is totally new. There we go. Cool. Alright. That's better. Let me see if I can fix that. Okay, that's a little bit better. That's a different screen. I can see a little bit better now. Alright, let me see if people have shown up. How many viewers we got? Hey, Prower. Prower, did the message go out on Discord, man? Let me call up Skill. Make sure he shows up. So we're waiting for the regulars, Prower, right now. Those are the guys that we're hoping to get here. Let's see. Anyway, meantime, I do have something I need to do in the game. Legitimately. I saw the message. Alright, cool, Prower. Thank you, man. Thank you. Prower, I hope you're having a good day. Prower, are you gonna go out and vote as an American when that thing wins, like when the election happens? Like, I don't know how that works for you, Prower. Like, are you going out on voting day, or do you have like any options to vote early or something like that, man? Are you taking? Is your area taking any precautions for COVID? Ah, Black Fox, man, Black Fox, you are here early. Oh my gosh. Well, Black Fox, I voted yesterday. Oh, that's cool, Prower. Okay, so you have. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool, man. That's cool. Anyway, Black Fox. You're here for the writing stream. We're gonna be talking about writing. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be a great stream. I have notes written. You know, it's gonna be great. We're gonna be talking about a lot of things. I think it's gonna be entertaining. Yeah, we're just waiting for more people to show up, and then we'll definitely get started. But for now, I got a commission that we gotta do, so I'm just gonna run over there. It's to the southeast, and we're gonna get it done. I hope everyone else gets to show up in time. Like, I think for this one, the ping is so high. I think for this one, we definitely need to wait for Skelly because he's the one that requested this. And we definitely need to wait for Master Gray. Tiandre, I'm not sure because Tiandre usually takes a while to show up. Tiandre might have to just, he might just have to come in late. But then Miguel usually shows up early. Master Gray usually shows up reliably. Yeah. I have in my head like who I should be waiting for to some degree. Black Fox, just to let you know, you are on the list of who I should be waiting for. Prower, just so you know, I always count on you to be here relatively early, Prower. That's why I never really worry about you. It's just because Prower is like super dependable in general. Ah, Prower. Fire Emblem. I'm very close to finishing Hall of Forms. I'm very happy. This is the earliest I've got into finishing Hall of Forms early. My Camila on Hall of Forms, she's got, I don't know how to pronounce it, but Rowblade or whatever that's called. I'm having a great time. She's just so powerful. I feel bad that I'm not going to be able to to get this girl when this is all said and done. And I don't think I have her unit. Actually, I don't know. I don't remember if I have her unit. Okay, so the battle begins.
Time to clean up.
Okay, come on.
Leave it all to me.
So, I don't like dealing with these monsters. They have these shields up, right? And you need to use a specific kind of weapon to just get through it faster. It's just a lot. Never enjoy it. Geo shields or whatever. Oh no, Noelle, no, no, you fool, no. Okay, now they're done. We can fight. Give that some lightning. Oh no, oh no, not you. Oh, thanks, Brower. No, actually, yeah, Brower. I tried for Shamir, and I don't have enough orbs, man. They cleaned me out last time. They cleaned me out on the it wasn't the Halloween banner, which I think was the pirate banner. That one just cleaned me out. I really wanted to get the dual unit, but it's not coming home. The last relevant unit that I got was Lachesis. And that was, well, that was in the dancing banner, right? And then you told me that she was the 4-star demote, so that was a great way to like knock the wind out of my sails. Oh, hey, Edens. Let's see how much people we got here. So let's see. Got 5 viewers. That's great. That's great. Edens, how are you doing? And then Black Fox said, appreciating yes, perhaps the most aroused. So they made us do things like social distance, handing out disposable gloves, and we had to put the pencils we use it so no one else. Oh, okay. Oh, that's pretty thorough, Prower. Have you gotten anything on that banner, man? Ah, Skelly! Okay, we got one of the main people that we need here for the writing live stream. This is excellent. Well, in 3 circles, not full ones, FYI. I pulled Catherine, Attack Boon Shamir, and oh! Well, Prower, you've gotten a lot. That's good for you, man. I would have loved to have gotten Shamir. Okay, so we finished our commission. That's great. That's really what I wanted to do. Oh, Edens. Well, I'm just waiting for people to show up, Edens, to start talking about writing and shit like that. You know, gonna have a fun time. I got a few surprises in store in terms of what we're gonna be talking about. I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited. Edens, what light novel are you reading? That's my next question, because I know you went out and you got a bunch more light novels from people's recommendations. Knowing my luck, I will miss out Flane, who was my highest priority target. Oh, Miguel didn't get a notification. Well, Miguel, I love that you're here. Thanks for being here, man. Let me just check, because Power said Discord was working. Let me just check if there's any kind of YouTube settings that I can very quickly touch. YouTube lately has not been kind to me. It's been pretty unfortunate. Okay, no, we got nothing. Anyway, Miguel, how you doing, man? We got One Piece spoilers, so I'm hoping that Hero Academia spoilers come relatively soon. That would be the nicest thing. Thematic, I'm close to getting done. Only a few chapters into the ReZero light novel. All right, cool. Yo, Skell, what do you think about Chainsaw Man right now? Like, the whole fight with Chainsaw Man right now has been pretty intense in general. Didn't they say there was a break this week? Oh, is there a break this week? Oh, shoot. I might have missed that, man. Hey, Sarge. I might have missed that, man. That's unfortunate. Oh, that explains a lot, actually. Let me very quickly look. Oh, I can't believe I forgot. I never look at those. You know what? The one that I'm always looking at is One Piece for breaks. Next chapter hits November 1st. Oh, that is a break. I wonder why he's taking so many breaks. Is the Toga situation that traumatic? That's unfortunate. Man. Yeah, okay, cool, Skell. Yeah, the fight for me, I kind of have the same impression of it. Ah, Master Gray is here, and we have 8 viewers. Alright. That's good enough for me. We got the main people that are important, right? We got Miguel, we got Black Fox, we got Skelly, we got Master Gray. There's a few people that would be nice to have, but the ones who are the most impacted are here. Let's do, very quickly, let's do some gacha pulls. Let's see what we get. So this is the new banner, as we can see here. Let me make sure that you guys can see it. Yeah, okay. So, do I want her? Not really. I don't like children. I want women, not children. So, given this is the situation, let's grab a bunch of those wishes, and let's do some wishing. Cross your fingers, everyone, for Venti. No, did you see my ReZero post? Oh, no, not yet, Master Gray. What was it? This is my first bit of YouTube I've done for today. It's been a really, like, horrific week for me, man. So yeah, I missed that. I'll check it out later. What channel is it on, Master Gray? So we're gonna grab 10 of these. Oh man, I swear, if Prower has the power to beckon Venti, I think we have to send him to everyone else's streams, just so that he can spread around whatever weird magic powers he has from being in Texas. Anime and manga. Did you know a VTuber from Niji Sanji quit due to harassment and bullying because of her accent? It didn't come from fans nor the match, so people concluded it came from a fellow VTuber. Oh. That's shitty. It's about the ReZero author. Oh, I love author drama. Let me very quickly check that out. I love author drama. I love it when there's some kind of... You know, I'm more interested in author drama than I am with anything going on in this story. Alright, I'm very quickly looking that up. Wait, is this from Wikipedia? Tappei began writing ReZero because he wanted to create Emilia. He began writing the series online, which gained enough traction to move to a printed light novel. ReZero continued to rise in popularity so much that he was able to transform it. Tappei explains that while he was very happy at the success and popularity, he was also worried that it was too good to be true and that the bottom could drop at any moment. Even though he was creating the characters and the story of ReZero, he struggled visualizing it in mind. So watching an anime, he discovered it along with the audience with thoughts like, is that how that was? When asked once who favorite ReZero character is, he was like, there's no doubt it's Emilia. Emilia is the first place, everyone else is second place. This is unshakable because I want to write about Emilia. Okay, well, good for him, man. Don't let your waifus be dreams. Make them come true. Master Gray coming in with the wonderful things. Thank you, Master Gray. That's actually pretty nice. Oh, you got all of Equinox Prime? Nice, John. Okay, guys, here we go. So, here's something I recently learned. The pulls for Genshin Impact work like Honkai Impact. And so we don't actually need to do 10 pulls. We just need to do... So, like, the game... Well, the 10 pulls is the same as doing 10 standard pulls one at a time. But we might get our 4-star earlier in the batch. And honestly, there's not really a big difference unless there's multiple banners and we're penny pinching. But let's see. Let's see if we get a 4-star pretty early on. Because then we'll know if we're going to get a 4-star in the next 10 batches. Ideally, we get one right now. And then we know guaranteed there's going to be a second one if we do another 10. So we would only need to do 11 in that case for more. Okay, so that's one. Let's do it again. From what I understood on Reddit, the reason they do this is just to help the whales get more stuff faster. Okay, I don't care. It's a book. I'm really hoping for getting it earlier than on the 10th time, right? That's what we're hoping for. Okay, debate club. No, that's not what we want. Yeah, it was because her action was similar to, so she told management to make her change it because she didn't like it. That's ridiculous. Who's this? Oh, we got our 10-star. We got it. We got the 10, or we got the 4-star. Okay, so that means that we have another guaranteed one within 10's pulls. So let's very quickly think about that. So we have 6 left. So if we get 4 more, we can guarantee one more 4 thingamajig. So let's grab 4 more of those wishes, and then we'll call it there for the wishing portion. So that was pretty good. Oh, oops. Sorry, I'm not used to going through the menus here yet. So, thankfully, we were able to avert whatever kind of mojo Prower was trying to get on us. So, thank God for that. Okay, so now if I understand the system correctly, that should have reset our whole thing, but we're still guaranteed to get something in 10. So let's see if we can beat the odds again and get something cool. How good the original Sinnoh 2 on Switch? I don't know about on Switch, but my laptop, which is a gaming laptop, struggles with it sometimes, occasionally. I don't think the Switch can handle it. Oh, Prower. Yay! This is who I wanted! Yay! Excellent! Finally! Finally! Oh my gosh! Wow! Alright, Prower, thank you! Thank you for the good vibes. That kind of resets us. That kind of resets us to the next 10 pulls. If we keep doing this. I'm okay doing like 3 more. We'll do 3 more. We'll do 3 more. And then we'll keep it. Like, I have no real interest in the banner beyond that. Nice! Jesus Christ, Prower! Holy crap, man! Okay. Well, this is just turning into a profitable time. Oh my gosh. Life. You know, if this is how you're telling me that everything's gonna be okay, I'd rather you tell me in another way. But oh my gosh! All right, 2 more. I'm not really sure, John. I'm not really sure. All right, cool. Yo, young man 5K. All right. Overall, I think we can all agree that was a lot more profitable than I thought. We got 3 characters in... We did I think 8 pulls? So 3 characters, 8 pulls. That's pretty good. We didn't get Klee, but don't really care. Of that group, we got... It looks like we got 2 pretty girls. So that's pretty great. Let's just very quickly look at that. So here's our 3 new characters, right? So we got Thingamabob, Sucrose. I've heard good things about her. We got Fischl, who I've definitely heard good things about. She's a Chuny, which already is very lovely. I think we're also getting her for free in 1.1, but someone correct me if I'm wrong. So that's pretty cool. We didn't have to spend money to do this, so I'm pretty happy with that. And we got... Okay, already, this guy's clearly one of the short pants kind of fans in the world. I don't care. I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like him. Not my thing. Not my jam. Not my jam. He should have been wear pants, man. Like you're going out in the wild. You're gonna fall over. You're gonna skin your knee. Wear some pants. At least she's wearing stockings, right? Don't wanna be that guy, but there is even Venti. Even Venti has proper leg gear. Not even a point looking at Kaya. Does she have proper leg gear? I don't know. Amber has proper leg gear. Hey, Padre Nuestre. All right, cool. So, guys, that is it for the Genshin Impact portion. As you all know, we are doing the writing podcast or the writing stream because Skelly asked for it. And so we're going to do writing. Here's what's going to happen for the stream, everyone. So I've got a wonderful setup here. Shit. Where's my wonderful setup? Holy crap moly. Where is it? Okay, I have it. I got notes. I got a wonderful setup. The general plan for the rest of the stream is going to be, I'm going to talk to you guys about my writing process, how I go into things. We're going to talk about the things that I consider when I'm doing stuff. We're going to talk about all that kind of stuff. Sorry, I'm collecting my thoughts here while I'm moving the screens around. So, we're going to be talking about all that kind of junk. Alright, so that's a little bit of my notes here that I had from earlier. Give me a quick second here so I can just switch things around. I'm going to rewrite all that in a second so we can all follow along. And I will be keeping track of what you guys are saying as well. I think I have the setup well enough that I can see what you guys are saying. It's going to be a little bit different because this is going to be my first time actually working with... well, this degree of equipment, because I'm gonna have a little bit of a whiteboard here, so I can write stuff and you guys can see it. Mind Flayer, VA Goblin from Goblin Slayer. Let me just make sure I got all my stuff set up here. So I hope everyone's ready. So the stream in general, just so that we all know, we're gonna be covering a little bit of the writing process, but that's going to be occurring at the second half of the stream. Oh, before I forget, Trips, you had me rolling with the shots aimed at Lena. Oh, yeah. Oh, also, Black Fox, thank you for bringing that up. Recently, my videos I've been told this morning, my videos have been having encoding issues. I don't know what's causing it. It doesn't show up on my editing side. So it's just, I apologize for the videos not being great. I legitimately didn't know, and I will be trying to fix that going forward into the future. But that's what's going on. And yeah, Black Fox, man, like, I don't know, Mahoka's making it really easy for me to take those shots at Lena. Like, oh, you guys know, I love ragging on characters, but I especially love it when I think a work is inferior, because it makes the ragging all that. I don't think Mahoka's inferior, but like something about Lena's character is just kind of pathetic in terms of how they're executing it. Okay, so let me just change the title of the live stream. We're switching to writing live stream for fans of light novels. because that's pretty much what we're gonna be. Fans of anime. And chatting about anime and stuff. Okay, cool. So we've changed the title of the live stream. Great. So we have all the important people. All right, cool. So let me just make sure I got my notes. Let me make sure I got my pen. There it is. Let me make sure everything is working. And we can begin. So guys, feel free. Teacher Route is here. Yeah, it is. And Master Gray is saying hello. Guys, feel free to tell me to like ask a question if you want to ask a question. Just feel free. I'll try to answer the questions as we go along. I'll have a specific section for each part. Oh God, come on, man. Why are you not working? Oh no, why is you not working? Come on. Why are you not working? You were working fine this. Oh, oops. Sorry. 1 second. I forgot a critical part here. 1 quick second, guys. I forgot to hook up the USB. Okay, there we go. Whew. Man, I've been rehearsing this thing the whole day, and it would just suck if it doesn't work now. All right, cool. So we got that. Let me put this to a font that's actually reasonable. So let me just make sure you guys can see. All right, so you can kind of see what's going on. Yeah, man, I forgot to. Jesus Christ, monkeys! Holy crap! Just let me work. God, man, I swear. I don't know how the profs do this. I don't know how the profs do it. All right. This has been a great start. Yeah, Prower, it has. All right, cool. We got it. All right. Yo, you all know how it is in college. Like, it takes a while to figure these things out. Okay. So, let's begin. All right. So, first off, this stream is going to be specifically, we're going to be covering writing when you don't have any kind of idea. So we're going to be going through the process of someone that doesn't know what they're doing. You know, this is for people that you want to write, but you don't know what to write about. We're going to go through the entire process. We're going to talk about where to post, and then we're going to talk about the creation of a story. I just think this is going to be the best way to frame everything. And so for you guys that have an idea of what to write, okay, yeah, Black Fox, I get it. Like he called it. For you guys that have an idea of what you want to write, take the advice with a grain of salt. You all are smart. Like, I know Black Fox, you have an idea of what you want to write. I know Tiandre, if he shows up, he has an idea of what he wants to write. If you guys have an idea of what you want to do, you know, just keep the advice in the back of your mind. It doesn't. You will be able to tell which parts apply to you and which parts don't. And we will go through all of that as well. Make a wife with a ReZero approach. Yeah. Anything else I want to say for that first beginning there? Give me a second. Anything else I want to say? Now we're doing this for this particular reason. Yeah, no, I think that'll be okay. And so, especially for you guys that already know what you want to write, I think that there'll still be information here that you can glean. Now, again, more preamble. Is there any reason why you should be listening to me? Of course, there's not. There's no reason to be listening to me. I do not have that much things over any of you people. All of you are impressive in your own rights, most likely. I'm only doing this because Skelly asked. And in that case, the only thing that I legitimately might have as an advantage over any one of you, I've written at this point enough material to fill 3 novels. So I've written about 300,000 words. You divide that, you can make 2 fantasy novels and 1 short novel out of that. I've sold a little bit of writing, enough to make $100, which is already better than a lot of erotic authors on Reddit. So in terms of what kind of advice is the most valuable that you can get from me, it's mostly about mindset and the ability to stick to a particular thing that you've begun writing. At this point in time with my writings, I'm waiting for an editor to get back to me and most likely eviscerate me and destroy me. It's going to be really hard. I'm going to be crying for a few days, but I think I'll survive it. Can you draw? No, I cannot draw. I suck at drawing. I pay people to draw. That's how that goes. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's begin. We're going to begin with this very simple question. Why are you writing? Now, this is an important question because it's just going to save you time if you know what exactly you're trying to get out of this whole venture. And again, remember, we're doing this. We're kind of directing this process towards the people that don't know what exactly to write, but that want to write. So, why are you writing? There's really 2 things that you're probably going to be writing for. One of them is going to be personal. So this is, as you can tell, personal. And then there's going to be for profit. You're either going to be writing for personal purposes or for profit. And when I say personal, I really want to make this clear. I mean, no one's ever going to find out about what you're writing. Personal legitimately means it's your diary. No one finds out. That's what I mean by personal in this case. And sorry guys for my handwriting. I'm still getting used to writing on a tablet. If you guys can't see it, let me know, but I think it'll be okay. I'll see if I can apply more smoothing to the stroke so that you guys can see it a little bit better. Anyway, so personal, no one finds out. It's your diary. For profit, when we're talking about profit, what you ultimately have here, there's different ways that we can go about writing for profit. When I say profit, I'm meaning if you're writing for financial gain. Financial. I'm meaning if you're writing for social profit. And I'm talking about if you're writing for personal profit. And you might say like, wait, Trip, you just said personal is the other thing. Personal profit, in this case, I'm referring to feelings of self-validation, right? Okay, so the reason that it's important to ask this first question of why you're writing is because these reasons for writing will bring in different compromises. For instance, if you're writing for personal, you're in a position where legitimately you should never be posting anything on the internet because it's personal. It's only for you. The moment that you start writing and you are putting stuff on the internet and you are getting upset about the fact that people are not looking at your works, you're no longer writing for purely personal reasons. You're writing for profit. And in that case, you would say that you are writing for social profit or personal profit, perhaps financial profit, not really. So the reason this is important is because if you say that you are a person who is writing for the love of the artwork, of the writing process, and then you complain about not getting attention, you fundamentally don't understand why you are writing. And this is going to cause more problems for you in the future. The reason that you make sure you understand what you're doing is to ensure that you have mental defenses set up to be able to continue writing in the future. Oh, hey, Frosty. So in that particular case, let's talk about writing for profit. So when it comes to writing for profit, we have the three things: financial, social, and personal. Financial refers to, as you can imagine, anything that has to do with making money. Social has to do specifically with making people love your work. And in that particular case, you want to get likes. You want people to talk about your story. You feed off of knowing that people like your story, or you feed off of seeing people talk about your story. In personal, you're specifically... Oh, Frosty, we're talking about the writing process. In personal, you're specifically dealing in a situation where you have a story, you have your idea, you're going out there, and what you want is to know that your idea works, right? Oh, Deborah and Frosty, you guys... Oh, sorry, guys. We're talking about... This is a writing podcast. Anyway, as I was saying, those are like just the gist of what you're doing here. As I was saying earlier, these three different reasons for writing will bring in different compromises. For instance, if you're writing for financial purposes, you might not necessarily be aiming for a certain level of quality. Writing for financial purposes, you can sacrifice some degree of quality, and you can also sacrifice some degree of what your original idea is. When you're writing for personal, you might be a little bit more unwilling to actually sacrifice on your idea, because the point of writing for personal purposes is, of course, you want to prove that your story is worthwhile. Writing for social purposes, at that point, you're more likely to be listening to what the audience is saying, because you kind of want to make this story that the audience enjoys. So you want to build off of what the audience wants to create. That's what we have in those three. And of course, people will usually go into things and they'll have a different mixture of the three reasons for writing. So at that point, if you're writing for all three of financial, social, and personal, what ends up happening here is, of course, it's going to be an issue of priorities. At the end of the day, your compromises are all going to come out of what exactly you're prioritizing at the most. This part's important because, again, it's going to have different demands on you. If you're writing for financial, you're probably not going to be listening to the fans. You're going to be listening to specific story structures, because proven story structures are what's going to make you the most money. It goes kind of like that. Now, let me just make sure. Okay, so we have the why you are writing. And we're going to say we are writing for profit. The person that has no idea, you're writing for some kind of profit. So at that point, we're going to just re-ask the question, do you have an idea? Hey, Joshua. Does that make sense so far, guys, for Black Fox Skelly? Does that make sense? Do you have an idea? I'm trying to be as lecture-y as I can, but I haven't taught in a very long time. So, do you have an idea? If you have... Yes, thank you, Master Gray. If you have an idea, yes. Okay, so this is, again, for the guys that have an idea. Great. What that ultimately means is that you need to find the best compromise. You need to find compromises. Okay, and so of course we're here. Do you not have an idea? No, you don't. So at that point we say good luck, because if you don't have an idea, it's gonna require a little bit more effort to really figure out what you want to write about. Have you watched Talentless now and again? No, I have not, Joshua. Okay, cool. So we're moving on. I'm just looking at my notes here. So we're gonna say, we're writing for profit, because I'm a greedy guy. I want money. I want nothing but money, but I'm probably not gonna get it. So we're gonna write for profit, and we also gonna say that we have no idea what we're doing. I'm unoriginal. I don't know what people like. So at this point, what do? You want to write for profit. Your mind is as blank as an empty goldfish, and as an empty fish tank, and you have this incredible itch to write. So at this point, what we end up doing is that we go and we identify the market or the audience. So let me just make sure I got this on my notes here. Yeah. So at this point, we have to be aware of the market. Empty goldfish, yeah. Aware of the market. If I was a professor, I'd have a lot of things, a lot of failed euphemisms. Aware of the market. This is going to be the first step. At this point, the market is going to shape your idea, and you have to be ready for that. So in this particular case, let me just make sure I'm on my track here. I need to be aware of the market. The better you understand the market, the faster you profit. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we're aware of the market. How do we identify the market? How do we go about doing that? How do we copy so many people that no one can tell who you ripped off? No, that's a really good idea. How do we do that? Well, you have to go and you have to find hubs. So if you were on Amazon, for Amazon, what you do to identify the market is pretty simple. You just look at the top list. If you look at the top list on Amazon, you'll have a pretty good sense of what's popular at the time. And this is going to apply to every other spot. But when you go and you look at a marketplace, you look for trends. When you find the trends, you capitalize on the trends. And the reason that you have to do trend search when we're working for profit is because right now digital marketplaces are ruled by SEO. To give you a quick example, for romance, oh hey Kim Dana, we're just talking about writing. If we're talking about SEO, if we're talking about Amazon, if we're talking about romance or really trashy romance, you might go on there and you might see that shifters are a trend. And when I say shifters, I mean werewolves. Stories about werewolves are on trend. The top 10 on the Amazon top 10 list are all werewolves. So at that point, you don't say, oh, I'm going to write about lawyers. No, that's stupid. You write about werewolves. Why? Because when someone is actually looking at good werewolf stories, they're going to be like, holy crap, that's a good story. And then they're going to scroll down a little bit and they're going to see the suggested ones from Amazon. At that point, maybe your own not that great story about werewolves is going to be seen, and this person is going to be like, well, I got like an extra $1 I can spend. Let's check out this story about werewolves. And that's kind of how that works. And Skelly's already coming up with a great idea. Werewolf lawyers. Yes. Hybridizing and trying to make your own little thing is a totally valid strategy. But ideally, you would want to be on trend if you are on Amazon and you have no idea what you're doing, right? Now, there's other wonderful places that we can go on if we actually want to do stuff that we enjoy. If we like anime and manga, what you ultimately have to do, you have to go to the marketplaces. Oh, don't worry, guys. I'll show you that in a bit. I'll show you that in a bit. It's a cool little thing I got here for you guys. How did that pop up? Oh, I see. Oops. Oh, I'm giving my spoilers away. Oh, no. That sucks. I didn't want to give my spoilers away. Okay, there we go. Thanks, Skelly. No, I'll show you guys that in a quick second. So now that Skelly's kind of ruined it, when it comes to other marketplaces, if we want to go somewhere where we can find more people like us, more people that just like trashy anime content, we're going to go to Scribble Hub. Of course, you can also go to other places. There's other websites like Royal Road. But right now, for the purpose of this discussion, we're going to be looking at Scribble Hub, because Scribble Hub's actually going to give us a lot of direction in the story that we want to build. But if you were going on either of these two things, what you would be doing on these two websites as well, you'd be looking at the forums, you'd be learning trends. So learn trends and look at top 10s. Learn trends for both of them. And if you were to go there and you learn the trends for that particular website, what you're going to end up having a really profitable book after a certain period of time. For Royal Road, it takes a little bit longer to become profitable in terms of social profit. For Scribble Hub, it's much easier to become profitable for, well, it's significantly easier than Royal Road to become profitable. But every different hub of writing has a different unique identity. For instance, Wattpad is very good for romance writing. So if you want to just be a normal drama romance writer, you go to Wattpad, you have a much better chance there. If you're doing lit RPGs, so RPGs with game systems, you go to Royal Road. If you're doing smut or trashy stuff in general, you go to Scribble Hub, because the readers there are a little bit nicer and will give you feedback faster than anyone else probably will. Okay, so let me just make sure. So at this stage, we've talked about learning the most valuable topics, genres, and trends. So here at this stage, we're going to be talking about picking a genre to write in. So just to like give the, I just got High School DxD. Oh, cool. I capitalized werewolf and not vampire because I don't respect vampires. That's cool. I get it. All right, so we just talked about finding out about trends. We're going to go through that process right now. We're going to go through the process of learning a trend and then seeing how that trend can shape our story idea. So let's head on over to Scribble Hub. Let me bring it up here real quick. Give me a quick second, everyone. I'm just creating it here. I want to show you how this is going to work. Let me just make sure I find the page I wanted to show you guys. Because so what's going on right now on Scribble Hub is that Scribble Hub has a thingamabob. They have a contest, and that contest is actually going to give us a lot of the framework that we need to go about this journey of writing something that we have no idea what we want to do. Ooh, pardon me. I just want to make sure I don't lose your guys' stream here. All right, cool. Just making sure I can still see what you guys are saying. All right. Let me switch over to Scribble. Oh, this might be a little bit tough. Give me a quick second. I'm going to try and make it work. I can see Toga in the background. Great. So that must be the right place. Let me switch over. Let me get that. All right. 1 second. Moving all the screens around is a little bit much. And let's see if this works. All right, cool. I got it more or less where I wanted it to be. So let's zoom in on this thingamabob so that we can see if we can get it on screen a little bit better. I might have to move the screen a bit. Give me a quick second, everyone. Thank you all for your patience. It always takes a little bit when we're moving multiple screens. All right, cool. Oh, not there yet. Not yet. Let me move that there. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, so My Hero Academia, chatting about Anna. Oh, anyway, Metas contest. So we are on Scribble Hub. Let me just give you a quick idea of what this site is like, guys. Like I'm telling you, it's super trashy. There's a lot of smut on the site. You might already see that there's something going on my screen there. Just ignore that for now. But just to give you a quick idea, like look at all these covers. These all look like anime covers very clearly. New Life of a Summon, Thingamajig, Evolution. That doesn't look like an anime cover. But Beast King of Grimm, Monster Girl Collection, Mob Without System in the Naruto World, Witching Hour, Progenitor from blah blah blah, The Grandmaster. You can tell it's pretty anime. Now, what we're going to be looking at here, Metas contest. So this contest already has a lot of rules. It has a lot of frameworks. We're just gonna take whatever the contest tells us, and we're just gonna write. So at this point, if you're someone who doesn't have any ideas for writing, the previous things that we talked about, knowing why you're writing, and also knowing about what genre you want to go into, or knowing or researching a genre, what that ultimately will allow for you to do is that you can write on demand. And then when we talk about story structures, you will further be able to write on demand. So right now for Metas contest, I think you guys will be able to read it. If you can't, let me know, but I will try and read it out loud as well. 1 second. I think I'm gonna like this place. Oh yeah, no man, it's good. It's good. Like Scribble Hub is actually like legitimately good for our purposes. So here's the contest. Here are the themes for this contest. You only have to pick one. Halloween aspects theme. Okay, Halloween. That's pretty cool. We can do a Halloween story. I haven't done Halloween before, but I can do it. Lifecraft. So pouring a lifetime worth of dedication into a single craft or skill. Okay, so a story revolving around probably some chef going into another world, and he's like just the best chef in the world. He's gonna revolutionize the world. Somehow the world has an energy crisis, but through cooking, you better believe we're gonna fix it. Or organized crime, committing crimes in an organization, yakuza, mafia, familia. All right, that's pretty cool. I like Danmachi. Danmachi doesn't have any crime going on, but like I see familia there, so I'm feeling it. All right, so to enter the story competition, you have to blah blah blah. Those are the rules. Here, more rules. It has to be an original story. Okay. Series needs to be 40,000 words by the 1st of December. Okay. Must use at least one of the provided themes. Okay. Do not use stolen artwork. That's great. No bots. Okay. No plagiarism, and things might change. All right. Cool. Is there any more information that we can do here? We can grab from this website? Well, at this stage, or blacksmith that needs to forge a sword for the hero. Yeah, man. Yeah, we can do that. So at this stage, okay, we're thinking, okay, we found this contest. We want to get into the contest. We have to ask, like, what kind of stories do well on this website? Already, anime stories do well on this website. This is trending, right? This is the page that really boosts people's popularity. So let's open every single tab here. Let's see if we can spot any kind of commonality between the top series. I'm very excited. Let's see. So here you guys can kind of see it. Oh, it's a little bit cut off. Yeah, I'll just tell you. We got action, adult. Okay. We got adventure, we got fantasy, we got isekai, lit RPG. Lit RPG is really popular for these kind of sites. Other tags: betrayal, bisexual protagonist. Okay, that's pretty hot. Contracts, demi-humans, demons, determined protagonist, discrimination, fantasy world, female protagonist, magic, misunderstandings, monsters, nudity, tomboy, female lead. This sounds like this is just Shield Hero, aside from the bisexual protagonist. Actually, yeah, it sounds like a Shield Hero minus bisexual protagonist. So already that sounds like a great place for me. Let's check out the other plot. Evolution of the skeleton who walked alone in the dungeon. That sounds like a great thing. Maybe it's about Skelly. Action, adventure, fantasy, lit RPG. Okay, I'm seeing a commonality here. Martial arts, mystery, psychological, seinen, supernatural. So this person's aiming higher. Let's see what we got. Ability, steal, accelerated growth, amnesia, ancient times, appearance different from actual race. Army building. Ooh, that's a new one. Battle competition, body double, calm protagonist, character growth. Well, that's obvious. Clever protagonist, cold protagonist, cunning protagonist, dragons, dungeon master, evil protagonist, evolution, overpowered protagonist, reincarnate. Okay. What do I get away from that? Really, I'm looking at lit RPG and fantasy settings, and this really the first line definitely just sounded like a stereotypical situation. Next, we have Beastkin of Grimm. Let's see what we can get here. So we have action, adventure, fantasy, harem, isekai, mature. Tomboy, female lead is the most important tag. Are you making your own light novel? Oh yeah, Joshua. We're like in the process of the editing for the light novel. It'll be done in like hopefully by December. Anyway, so we're here. This one already sounds amazing, right? I'm hearing harem. I love harems. It's mature. Okay, that's great. So far, mature has popped up a bit, but fantasy is really the one that's popping up the most. We have an adopted protagonist, a cautious protagonist. That's been going up recently. Character growth. We got contracts, demi-humans, dungeons, fantasy world, game elements, guilds, magic, multiple POV. The multiple POV is pretty interesting. Let's look at this next one. We have Monster Girl Collection. What do we have here? We have adult. Okay. We have adventure. We have comedy. We have ecchi, harem, mature, romance, smut. Okay, so that's our first smut of the evening. Number 4. Okay, so smut does relatively well here. We have adventurers, anti-hero protagonist, beautiful female lead, bickering couple. carefree protagonist, caring protagonist, comedic undertone, elves, fantasy creatures, harem-seeking protagonist. So this one's a little bit different in terms of the tags than the other ones, but this one's also the one that has smut in it. We have mob without the system. Fan fiction, this is our first fan fiction one, so fan fiction does good on the site if it's this high. Actually, if we only see one fan fiction, that might say that fan fiction has a harder time. Reincarnate to another world. Oh, we already kind of get the idea from that, just from the title. We have Witching Hour. This one doesn't have a cover. Is it worth looking at? Adventure, drama, girls love, gender bender. All right. College, university, so it's a schoolish type of one. What else do we have? The one I'm taking away from it most is that isekai is what's working here. That's what I'm taking away the most here, because it looks like we have just predominantly isekai shenanigans going on. Is Scarlet Master Grade is Skelly's alt? Oh, okay. The Grandmaster's Weird Disciple. This one's BL. Okay, so now if we have any boys love writers, probably enough reason to believe that you guys are gonna get away with writing on this website. That's pretty good to know. Anyway. We did a very quick thing. What I've learned, lit RPG, isekai, potentially harems do really well here. So let's see if we can get some more information from these people. So here we go. Let's see how many Yuri will win this contest. So this is where things get interesting, right? Because these are the people that know how this shit goes down, right? So this page also has the previous winners. So let's see what the community likes. So in the previous winner, already this looks like a winner. Like that's a pretty anime girl. We have action, comedy, fantasy, girls love, isekai, romance, slice of life. Okay. Yes, that is legitimately girls love. Does this one have girls love? It looks like it's gonna have it. Ah, yeah, there it is. There it is. Girls love is right there along with harem and fantasy. Okay, so now I know the winning strategy here. According to the people who are just cynical and jaded and tired of this website, it looks like we have to be aiming for girls love. Halloween aspect theme, ghost waifu, lifecraft, OPMC with magic, organized crime, slice of life, crime organization. Unfortunately, that is pretty much any protagonist try to free themselves from a curse. Anyway, what we're getting here is that, especially with the organized crime part, these people don't know how to write organized crime because they're going to slice of life. This person clearly seems to know what they're talking about because they have 400 messages on this website. Then we have this other person saying Yuri and girls love always win, and some smut too. So okay, so now I know, especially after seeing everything else here, I now know what genre I'm going to be aiming for, right? I'm going to be aiming for an isekai. I'm going to be aiming maybe for a harem. I'm going to be aiming for a fantasy. I'm going to be aiming, from what these guys are telling me, probably girls love. I have no idea how to write girls love, but I've read anime that said they're girls love, or I've seen anime that said they're girls love. So already that sounds like this sounds like a great winning combination. That's really what I'm taking out here. So let me just go through. Do we have anything else? No, it's mostly the same people talking about shit. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So we found out some pretty good things. Let's look at the entries. What do we have for the entries? I'm very curious. What do we got? We have this number 1 here, reincarnate. Number 4, new life as an ecchi girl with a big surprise. Adult, adventure, ecchi, fantasy, gender bender, girls love. So this guy's clearly following the formula, and he's already winning. And he's also got smut. We got return to the earth as a queen of a magical kingdom. We have action, gender bender. Okay, these people love putting males in female bodies. Girls love, harem, historical. So again, more girls love. We have action, adult, adventure, fantasy, harem, romance. Okay, harem. This is probably the one that's breaking it. But then we have this one here, adventure. This one's just, well, actually, I was gonna say they don't have good metadata, but they're clearly succeeding. So what do I know? Other things. Number 8, another girls love. Number 7's girls love. So really, girls love is in fact stacking the odds here. I mean, Love Live has gotten pretty big with girls love. So it's the bad kind of trashy. Oh yeah, you better believe it, Skelly. This is where people go when they get tired of anime shenanigans. Okay, so what have we ultimately learned here? I think we've learned quite a lot from our very quick market research. And just for the record, guys, if you're doing market research, it usually won't be that easy. Because if you're doing like market research on Amazon, you're going to be looking at multiple trends. You're going to be looking at Reddits and all that kind of stuff. At subreddits, because you're going to be wanting to learn the best strategies to do things. But just keep in mind, this is what quick research looks like. It might take you a little bit more of time, but At the end of the day, it's if you want to profit faster, it's better if you learn what succeeds in a particular marketplace. That's just the reality of the situation. And anything else I need to say about just profit in general? Um, oh, I got one more thing. As the reason it's important to know about profit or to know why you're going for something in particular, it's again because it compromises, but you also need to be in a place where you're prepared to take criticism for your work. When you're doing stuff for financial profit, that's the one that you might not be all that interested in taking criticism for because you're just following a formula. You don't really need criticism for it if the formula is successful, unless you aren't very marketable. Okay, so going into this, want to do what I want to do. I don't care about the isekai shenanigans. I don't want to do any isekai shenanigans. I'm tired of isekai shenanigans. A guy comes into a world, he gets super powerful for some reason. If you're already writing a story, do you use this advice to find where to post your story? Yes. Yes. Okay, so let's address. You can make the protagonist female tomboy, so it's like man, but it's a wife at the same time. Yeah. If you're already writing a story, okay. So going against trend can also work. People may want something against the overdone trend. Yes. Yes, Matthew. And that is so let's address those two questions first. So, Master Gray, if you're already writing a story, yes, you use this advice to find the place that your story is most likely to soar. So at that point, Master Gray, I would ask you like, okay, Master Gray, what do you want? Do you want to like sell your story because that's different, or do you want people to see your story? Do you want your story to be discovered? Do you want to have a rapport with people? Because at that point, you need to know whether or not to go to Royal Road or to put all your eggs in Scribble Hub. And really, you can apply to any of the places you want to. Like, really get your story out everywhere that's available to host it. But if you want specifically people talking about your story, you would go to Scribble Hub first if your story fits it, because it takes a while to get noticed on the other platforms. So that's why we talk about you need to know what you want. But yes, if you are writing something, you look for the place that is the best fit for your story. Because what you want to avoid is going on the forums and complaining that your story isn't getting traction. That's a giant waste of time. There's no reason for you to be spending the time doing that. Just go find places where your story will excel. Believe me, there's a bunch of different hubs on the internet. You can find one. And one of the ways to going about this is also learning how to game the systems. Now, going on to Matthew Dick's point here, going against trend can also work. People may want something against that overdone trend. You will stand out against all the other being the same. Now, Matthew is making a really good point about the value of going against trend. Here's the thing, though. Does your story matter if no one's going to see it? Do my YouTube video matter if I have different YouTube videos if no one is ever going to see it? The issue with going against trend, especially if you're selling, is that your story may never be discovered. Do you want to be in a position where your story is never discovered? Well, if you're going for finances, that is the worst thing you want to do. So what Matthew is talking about here, this is specifically a situation where we're talking about personal validation, personal profit, right? Matthew wants to create a story that goes against trend because he knows the value of going against trend. The problem is, how do you market that? You can go against trend if and only if you know the culture around the particular website that you're using. Going against trend on Amazon without any marketing skills before that is suicidal. You're going to lose money. You're going to be one of the people on the Reddit writing forum saying that you've only made $10 because your mom was nice to you and bought stuff. That's the cold reality to working on digital marketplaces. It doesn't matter how good your story is if no one's seeing it, if no one has the opportunity to see it, because the reality is no one's going to be searching on a hub for your story. So if you want to be a hero that goes against trend, you have to be ready to like really go against trend in every other aspect of producing a writing, and that means being good at marketing. It's really tough to do. That's why I would recommend if you're going for finances, you go on trend. Sacrifice whatever original ideas you have. Original ideas are not profitable unless you're a super genius. Oh, hey Zenith. Okay, so but again, one thing I really want you guys to take away from this is that this is advice for a very particular situation, and that Matthew's point is very valuable, but you have to be ready to position yourself in a way to take advantage of going against trend. Going against trend, is usually for people who have spent a lot of time reading and writing, and the majority of people just want to just want to get the same plot regurgitated over and over, because they might be new readers. There's a bigger population of new readers than there are jaded readers. Okay, so what I want to do, I want a mafia story, because I don't feel comfortable writing isekai. So mafia story or family story. I want a criminal element. That's what I want. I know I need to make it isekai because isekai works. I know we need to go into girls' love. I have no idea. I'm gonna just the sexual tension is going to be the highest thing in the world. Girls' love. Do I want smut? No, I don't, because this is a family-friendly channel. I can't put smut on the channel. So no smut for us. Any other things? You know what? I already feel pretty good with the isekai and the girls' love. Maybe fantasy. You know what? It's gonna be pretty gruesome. I love writing combat scenes. Combat scenes are some of my favorite things. I'm gonna make it mature. It's gonna be fantasy. I think fantasy is fair. I think fantasy would be all right. Action. I think action would be pretty fair. I love talking about supernatural stuff. I love talking about Gnosticism in my stories. So I'm gonna put supernatural in there. We're definitely gonna have a lot of mystic kind of subtext to it, because that's my personal thing. So let's see. Genderbender, if you don't know how to write Yuri, maybe. You know what? I personally hate Genderbender. I don't like watching it. I'm not gonna write about it. Like at some point, you do have to you have to position yourself in the best case scenario here, because now see, these things that I've highlighted here, these are things that I know how they work within anime. The reality is, we don't have to write a mafia story. We have to write something that looks like a mafia. But what do people actually know about the mafia? Do you think the majority of people that watch anime actually take time to research mafias? Doubt it. The writers do that. Genderbender Google is just where a guy transforms into a girl transforms into a guy, and that's like a main element of the thing. So for these elements, aside from girls' love, I already know what the anime version of all these elements are, and we just saw that Scribble Hub is a home to pretty anime writing. So this feels pretty good. Now, see, if you were going into a genre blind, I do recommend you spend time reading the books that you're going to emulate. You go and you learn immediately. Go and read how people are talking about the things they're doing. But okay, I think this is a pretty good stuff. I think we got a pretty good structure. I think we got good elements here. Now we can talk about actually writing the story. And so you're coming into this, you have no idea what you're about to do. Like I have no idea what I'm about to do. How do we even go about building a story here? You can do a gender bender. Okay, so Hunter said I would create a character of my own design in my head and put it on paper and just make a story from an anime, making a point of view of 2 or 3 characters who love interest. Money laundering business story about someone who doesn't know they work for a front. Oh, that's funny, Will. That's really funny. I like that one. I really like that one. You guys just have better ideas. But see, I'm creatively bankrupt. I have nothing. So what I do when I need to write on demand, and you might ask, like, when is it valuable to write on demand? Actually, there's a lot of places that it could be valuable. One thing you can do to get started in writing is signing up for contests on various places. There's a lot of literary magazines that are currently digital, and literary magazines have different requirements. They'll tell you like, hey, we're a fantasy magazine, so you got to write fantasy in a particular way. Hey, we're an LGBTQ plus magazine, so write about LGBTQ plus. Oh, hey, we are a vegan magazine. We would love to have stories that are very vegan. Writing on demand just makes you it puts you in a position where you're just good at meeting a publisher's requirements, and that is a legitimately important skill if you are trying to get published the traditional way. I have tons of names in my head. Is our MC going to be one of the supernatural or one of the mafia? Oh, I don't know, Tibet. It's an isekai, right? And I love the supernatural aspect. I'm gonna make mine. We ever put supernatural, spiritual. I love spiritual aspects. I'm making mine like a real mind boggler. And already, honestly, making a mind boggler is going to be a problem. We're going to lose profitability immediately, because the moment that you don't have enough pretty girls in the scene, it's going to get pretty dense. But here's where we're going to go against trend. So, like I said at the beginning, everything is a series of compromises. When you're doing financial, you're going to compromise on your original idea. When you're doing a social profit, you're going to be compromising on what you want to do in return for getting what the readers want. When you're doing for yourself, you're going to be compromising future profitability to prove that your story is worthwhile in the long term, right? Now, when you're doing against the trend, you're ultimately compromising as well on your profitability. Going supernatural spiritual and going with a dense story at the beginning, that's my personal style, and I know it's not profitable. So we're about to lose some profitability here, most likely. But I don't mind. So you guys have some. They're the third cousin of the boss, and they get put as the owner of the pizza place, not knowing that it's a front for the mob. So they're trying to run a legitimate pizza place. My gosh, I'm gonna have to copy and paste. Are you gonna do a unique powers we see in stories? Okay, so now you guys are asking more questions. I love this. So let's talk about what my personal style is going to be here before we actually get into this. I love powers. I love talking about powers. I love power exposition. Love it. I love slow burns. So I like front loading information and then not having to worry about it. So I like slow burns. And I like isekai. I like harems. And I like spiritualism. So those are my things here. And they're not the most profitable things in the world. That's not most profitable. So I love your ideas. I'm not going to use your ideas because those are your ideas. But I love the humor, but I'm not good at writing. I'm not good at writing like that. I'm not good at it at all. So now we're going to talk about the thought process for a creatively bankrupt person. What I like doing is using frameworks and story structures. And the one that I especially love using is the hero's journey, because the hero's journey is, in general, a great story structure. You see, every genre has a particular formula. For fantasy, hero's journey, perfect. For short stories, there's I don't remember what this one's called, but for short stories, there's a structure that goes, let me just write short stories here. I want to show you what this is, because this one is actually pretty cool if you're writing 30,000 words or less. So for short stories, there's like this little like peaking. So what's going on here is that you go to a climax. You start at a relatively low point. You go to a climax. It's like, oh crap, everything's bad. The peaks represent the dramatic tension. It's horrible. Then you finish one climax. You go down. You go into the next climax. Let me just make sure you guys can still see it here. 1 second. I have to make sure I got this right. Oh yeah, good. Anyway, you go to another peak, you go down a level. It's not as relaxed as it was before, but you get like that nice little downtime. Then you go to your final climax. Oh my god, it's the highest climax you've had, and then you get your downtime. I think this is just called climactic storytelling, or like some kind of act structure. I don't recall what it was. I only read about it like a month ago when I was writing short stories. But this is pretty good for getting a short story off the ground. The hero's journey is much more cyclical. The hero's journey is one that ultimately brings closure to your story. If you're following the hero's story, it's guaranteed you're going to have some degree of payoff at the end of the story. Now, Trip writes a story involving Lee having to work in the mob led by Emilia and Venti. Prower, stop it. So the question here that I really want to get through with all of you guys, why frameworks? Why do we want to use frameworks? Well, is power level going to be silly level destruction, or is that killing people level? Zenitz, because we want to be careful with serial escalation, we're going to start low level. I like working on low level powers that slowly become stronger as time goes on. I feel like that's a little bit safer, especially if we want to have a long running series. I'm not clever or funny enough to keep a high power level person like Saitama around for a long period of time, so we want to make sure we get longevity here. So why frameworks? The thing with frameworks is that when you hear someone explaining it, you're going to be like, yeah, I'm just going to slot these things in according to this recipe because I know it makes money. People are going to say, oh, wait, why aren't you creative? Why are you just following a path that other people have made? Why are you doing that? And, that's worthwhile opinion, right? Everyone wants to trailblaze. Everyone wants to be special. But see, a framework is significantly more respectable than you are, because a framework is most likely older than you are. And that's the part people get really tripped up on. You use frameworks because they work. Specifically, the hero's journey. The hero's journey is in our myth. Think about what it means that a framework has survived a millennia and is still being used. The reality is that a framework what it ultimately represents is the most optimum way of delivering an idea to a person. The hero's journey framework works because it makes a memorable experience for the reader. It's an ordered, structured thing. And unfortunately, because we have a society that's so intimate with the hero's journey, it's created a society that expects the hero's journey to some degree. But even then, the hero's journey in of itself has a lot of fundamental dramatic beats. So let me very quickly just grab you guys the image of the hero's journey so we can talk about the hero's journey step by step. But anyway, the thing with the main thing to take away is that don't feel bad using a framework for any particular genre. I know romance has its own framework. I know fantasy has a hero's journey. Don't feel bad about using frameworks. So at the end of the day, the framework just tells you at what rate you have to do certain events, or in what kind of things you do in your hero's framework. Now, going back to Matthew's point, is that the place that you can really trailblaze is within a framework. Because once you understand why the framework works the way it works, you can actually manipulate the framework because you fundamentally understand why the framework exists. This is like what the Dalai Lama said. If you want to break the rules, you have to learn the rules first, because you need to understand why the rules exist in the first place. So, if anyone is going about it, and unless they're a super genius and they're saying to just disregard frameworks in general, and they're saying that they're going to go after money, that person's opinion probably isn't worthwhile, because just in terms of the odds, it's just probably not going to be worthwhile. That's just kind of how that works out. Because, you know, why take the random opinion of some random person when a framework has stood the test of time? And I can give you really good examples of how other people apply frameworks here as well. Just give me a quick second here. I'm trying to get this image over onto the page. Because it makes more sense once we can... Oh, come on. Come on, Google. Come on, Google. Oh, I see why. It's an SVG. 1 second, guys. I'm trying to get you a good image of the thingamabob. I want to get like a nice, solid hero's journey material, because the hero's journey is just so interesting. I think I got a good image here. Let's see. I'm going to check to see if you guys can see it. All right, so the hero's journey. Let's zoom in a bit here. We need to just zoom a bit. All right, so hero's journey. So what we can see here, we have Act 1 separate. So the hero's journey, sometimes you can have it in 3 acts. You can have it in 4 acts. You can kind of already see the flexibility that comes into the hero's journey here. Oh God, did I lose live stream? Oh no, there it is. Yeah, I believe so, Anime. If someone fact check me, but I'm pretty sure the Dalai Lama said like to break the rules, you need to know the rules first. I'm pretty sure he said that, because it's one of my favorite quotes that I ever took away from religious studies. All right, cool. So, just want to make sure you guys can still see. Okay, cool. So, Act 1 separation. The first act of the hero's journey, what it's meant to do is introduce people to the world. It establishes the normal world. So this is really valuable because the reader needs to know at what baseline they're coming in. You can already tell that for urban fantasy, people don't really need to know baselines. Because they can just assume whatever logic they have from the real world. But if you're doing hardcore fantasy, you need to establish what's normal and what's not. And so Act 1, this one is calling it Act 1 separation. So you might not be able to read it, but this first line says ordinary world and call to action. So this is the important part. A call to action is what ultimately makes a hero want to go. There is meeting the master, supernatural aid, and then there is road of trials and blah, blah, blah. So this first phase is super important. The call to action, what it is there to do is, it's the reason why the hero goes off on the journey. Let's think about calls to action. Luffy had a call to action. He wanted to go out and be a pirate king, right? You know, you can tell that that's already applied differently. Izuku's call to action in My Hero Academia was when All Might showed up and Bakugo was in trouble. That moment with Bakugo was the excellent call to action. And then when you look at Hero Academia's structure, what did you get in Hero Academia's first chapter? Well, you got introduced to the ordinary world. You got introduced to yeah, actually, you got the baseline for what an ordinary world is. That is the first shot of Hero Academia is a shot of a superpowered world. What else do we have here? You have meeting the master. Quite literally, in the first chapter of Hero Academia, you meet the master. That is All Might. You meet him after the call to adventure, or you really like get to him after the call to adventure. And then you have the road of trials and tribulation. Well, think about that. Hero Academia, trials and tribulations. Oh, that was Izuku trying to get into the school. Right there, we have an excellent application of the hero's journey. And the point of this talk is to just understand in all the different ways that you can apply a framework. Frameworks are there to guide development, not to be jails. So we go into this thing called the first threshold. We call it the first threshold. We go into approaching the cave. So this is actually pretty interesting. The second step of this whole thing is the descent portion. This is the portion where the character starts to doubt themselves a little bit. This is the portion where you start to see more conflicts. I like when I'm doing the cave for any of my first runs of the story, I really enjoy putting characters in an actual physical cave, because then when people like ask me like some kind of philosophical question, it can be like, ah yes, when I did this story, I put him in a cave to represent the actual fact of the hero's journey going into the cave. Anyway, the point of the second threshold, or the point of the second leg of the story, is to just show conflict. It's to show the things that the hero needs to learn. And how do we see that in Hero Academia? Well, Hero Academia is a serialization. Once it gets going, but you can apply it depending on the mini arcs. Izuku has many portions where he's in the cave, and he ultimately has to come out of the cave, and he has sometimes new lessons to apply. It's a little bit harder with Shonen once they're running, because with Shonen, they are juggling finances and social profit, because those two are intertwined for Shonen Magazine. It's also a slightly different dynamic. So the longer you go, the more likely you are to not be using the hero structure. We go into Act 2, and we go into the third step according to this hero structure. So the most important thing, and this gets wrapped into the whole cave portion, is that at some point the hero has some kind of death. This might be an ego death, and this might be some other kind of death, like he actually physically dies and comes back to life later. Quite a lot of stories have this. One Piece definitely has a death portion. Like Luffy has a metaphoric death pretty often. If you look at the way that One Piece structures its fights, Luffy loses early on quite a bit, and then he comes back having learned something new. That's one application of the hero's journey right there. But the biggest thing is that at the end of the day, there needs to be a death of what the character used to be as he climbs into his new thing. And then we go into this wonderful little portion of the hero's journey. Let me see if I can get it here. The unification, Act 3. So 3 acts. First act, introducing the world. Second act, introducing the problems and the perseverance. And third act is wrapping things up and coming back from the challenges of the death. And pretty much right here you can kind of see showdown of something. It's showdown with the final evil. In the final act, the hero ideally should be using everything they have learned in the journey to make a difference. At this point, who the hero is in the final act is unifying the lessons learned throughout the book or a longer journey in general. And so we see this kind of format often, but just know, like at that stage, your character should have learned the lesson. If there is not a fundamental change happening in Act 3, you're not writing a very good story, and most likely the odds are against you. And remember, guys, it's always a game of odds. It's always a game of odds as to whether or not you are actually reaching your audience. So, quick recap. Act 1, separation. It establishes the world, establishes the setting, establishes why you're doing things. Act 2 is where all your problems are. It lays out all the kinds of conflicts that you're going to be running into. Act 3 lays how your character evolved from those conflicts. Now that structure in of itself is a fundamental storytelling technique that creates memorable stories. So just to really drive it home, oh crap, where's my little thing here? Where's my little thing? I had it here a little while ago. Shooty, where are you, dungeon girl? Did I put you away? 1 second, guys. Ah, there you are. 1 second. So we have to understand it is a path, not a prison. Yes, exactly. We need to understand in what ways we can apply the hero's journey and still have a liberating experience. Now, usually I would say the time when you abandon your frameworks, sort of, is when the needs of the story can no longer be answered by the framework. That happens. We'll talk about the personality for the MC in a very quick moment. But that happens usually later on in books. Usually when books are too big, they have to abandon frameworks, and at that point it might become really messy. The worst case scenario, if you're going to be doing long-term serializations, you do not want to be in a scenario where nothing is happening in your books. This problem is very prevalent in Chinese online novels. They have no idea how to end a story. They have no idea how to give proper resolution. It is absolutely miserable. You do not want to be leaving your stories in a situation where nothing is happening. That's a waste of time for the reader, not a waste of time for the writer, because probably the reason they're probably doing it is because they're probably profiting to an insane degree. But please don't do it as a writer. That's not very respectable. It shows that you don't have a framework. Everyone else is going to make fun of you, but you're going to laugh at all of us because you're making money, because you figured it out. Anyway, for Volume 9. Volume 9 of Danmachi, even though it is a very weird volume, actually has the hero story structure in it. And it's very interesting how the author is almost always able to make a hero story structure. So let's talk about Danmachi and apply it into this thing here, right? So Act 1 is the ordinary world. How do you introduce a call to adventure? How do you introduce a master when it's Volume 9? Belle doesn't have a master. Well, pretty simple. This one does it pretty quickly. Ordinary world is the world of Otario. They are a world of humans that do not like monsters. First thing you see in the book, there is a monster running away and she is talking that is fundamentally different from anything else we have seen in the book before, and it establishes a new fundamental normal. What is the call to action? Belle's call to action is the moment that he sees this little girl. She's crying. He's thinking, this is different. This girl is... she's in pain, she's hurt, I'm going to help her. That's his call to action. Immediately after that, we enter the Act 2, or pretty much the conflict stage. We're in the special world. Belle has just entered a world that he wasn't in any particular way ready for. He is now embroiled in the world of, hey, there is a fundamental conflict between humans and monsters, and you're harboring a monster. If you've watched the episodes of Danmachi for this season, you know what I'm talking about. You know how everyone's giving restriction. He's already running into conflict, and then his moment of death, or like his biggest conflict, the really big moment in the cave, is where the young lady, she goes out into town and Belle is reminded of the horrible reality, and he ultimately has to make a decision. And in this case, Belle has to make the compromise to go deeper into the cave, or deeper into hiding her, because the situation is a little bit too hard right now. So Belle is in a special world. He goes back into the home of the monsters, and he's gonna go take this girl back. He's showing really just the moment that Belle takes her back, in a way it shows his defeat. It shows his little bit of a death there, because he had to compromise on his ideal of wanting to save this girl, but the realities of the situation were too hard. Then you go into the final bits of the chapter. We go into the climax. There's a giant big fight. Belle is there. He's seeing what's happening, and he's deciding, like, I gotta protect this girl anyway. We were supposed to take her here. Oh man, this really sucks. And then at the end of the fight, it turns out that the fight was just a little bit of a test. And the big moment here, there's a moment in the episode 3 where Belle takes the hand of the monster. That moment represents Act 3, the unification process. Why was that unification the moment that Belle handshakes with another monster that was previously attacking him? Because the rest of the volume spent the conflict, that is, harmony between humans and monsters. You saw Belle struggling with this the whole time, and then you have Belle. He's terrified. He's seeing this monster. He looks back at the girl. The girl is the representation of everything that he learned in his journey so far. He looks back at this new monster. He's like, for her sake, I have to be better. And there is where you have the growth. Even though he is terrified, he grabs that monster's hand and he does the handshake, successfully completing Act 3, the unification. Belle has learned a lesson. He has stood up. He has evolved beyond what he was before. And that is the hero's journey of Volume 9 of Danmachi. Even when you're in this deep of a volume, you can always pull this kind of stuff off. You can always pull off the hero's journey, because the hero's journey, at the end of the day, is a structure that Katakowa is using. At the end of the day, the big publishers know you better have a hero's journey if you want to be published with us, because the hero's journey is just way too profitable to say no to. And already, in the way that you saw how Danmachi did it, you can see the degree of power that you have within the hero's journey. And once you get good at the hero's journey, once you know the fundamental idea that a story needs resolution and conclusion, how to build into it, you can do really fun things with it. And that's where your own personal style will develop. So my personal style for my kind of stuff, when I'm working on, I got teleported to a desert wasteland. My world is a big deal. I want to establish what a normal world looks like, and my world is like so far out of the ordinary that I need to spend more time working on it. It's not profitable to do it that way. I spend too much time on the world, but that's how my act 1 goes. I establish the normal world, then I establish the comrades that show up, then I go into my my conflicts, my climax, and my lessons. My character will learn a lesson by the end of 120,000 words. That's a guarantee that I have because I followed the hero story, the hero's journey story structure. Okay, so let me go through your guys' questions, because that was a lot. That was a big portion right there. But it's really because frameworks are flexible, and it's just important to know what frameworks you have that you can work with. So didn't the main end up, okay, if you're trying to tell others, okay, have in the same universe, Dalai Lama actually said, I have a habit of writing by that paragraph, and I somehow place a little touches of romance as the story progresses, and I don't realize until the end. Learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist, is a quote attributed to Pablo Pias. Oh, cool. The father of your mafia family is murdered, and the daughter did it because he did not give her, and the MC doesn't know her mother yet. Good plot twist. Is a path not. How will you make the MC? What will be his personality? Question. Can you repeat the hero's journey format when using time skip, or must it be done all the way through? You can do the hero's journey can be applied anywhere, Black Fox. So for I got teleported to a desert. I have the hero's journey as an overall thing, and I also have the hero's journey within one chapter. The hero's journey is actually really good for making episodic plots because the hero journey includes closure. That's why Rick and Morty uses it, or a variation of it. What you have to understand is that the hero journey represents an establishment of a baseline, conflicts that arise from new circumstances, and ultimately closure and lessons learned from the new circumstances that you had to collide against. That's all the hero's journey ultimately is. It's just a cycle of growth. So you can apply, it can be applied anywhere so long as you're creative enough to apply it. You may go through the circle more than once, learn something, go to the beginning, then go on another journey to learn something else. Yes, Matthew got it exactly right. Remember, did a video about the hero's journey applied to Kingdom Hearts, didn't end well. Good at having a lot going on with my stories. I haven't played a story in my head. Heroes use what they learned the first journey, and the second hero would not have been able to do the second without the fourth. Yeah, Matthew is totally right. I just have issues with my punctuation, my writing. Oh, hey, Lardris. I'm learning more about writing stories than my ELA class. Oh, hey, Zenitz. Okay, so thank you, Zenitz. That's very kind of you. All right, so you guys had a question about how we're going to do the character, but let's figure out, let's just figure out the general story structure for this situation that we have brewing here with our Mafia story. So for my Mafia story, what I'm thinking, you guys have great ideas. I'm not going to copy them because I do not want to plagiarize, and because we have to continue going about this. So we have my story structure. What I'm going to do at the beginning of my story, it's an isekai. So isekai already, the genre itself, lends itself great to establishing what the ordinary world looks like. Or you can even say that the ordinary world is where you're teleported from. It kind of depends on an isekai. Like if you just start at the isekai, your ordinary world is the isekai, and you have to quickly establish it. But in an isekai, the world you're sent to can be either or. So let's see what we're going here. So what I want to do a straight drop. I want to drop the character in, and we're doing a girl. So it's FemMC. We're dropping her right in. We're dropping her in. Why isekai from a world that is not Earth? I mean, we can do like an alien world, if that's what you're saying, Master Grade. We can do an alien world. Like, we don't, the world that you come from doesn't really matter. So for this particular situation, Master Grade, we're going to leave it vague. We're not going to say she came from Earth. What matters, I don't care about the world she comes into. That only informs some of her information, but we can just say it's a world like Earth. But for the sake of getting people... Okay, so I want to just like remind you guys of what we're dealing with here. I just want to remind you of a little trend that maybe you didn't notice. Just in case. I just want to show you something for what's going on. I want you to like take a very close look at these... oh, shooty. That's why. That's why you guys didn't notice, because I screwed it up for you guys. Let me just move that here real quick. I want you guys to take a very close look at that title page. Look at what we got here, right? Those are the top 4 stories. Isn't it rather interesting that the top 4 stories are pretty anime girls, right? So that's already telling us we need an Earth-like world at the very least. We need to do an Earth-like world if we want to be profitable, right? Like this is pretty funny in the long run. That's pretty funny. That's a pretty funny fact that's going on here. So we need to use an Earth-like world, unfortunately. So let me just switch over here. All right. Oh, it's Scribble Hub. Oh, guys, give me a quick second. My throat is dying. I'm just gonna be right back. I'll be right back in a second. Talk amongst yourselves, and we'll continue. All right, cool. Oh, oops, got the wrong one. There we go. Sorry, guys. I took a little bit longer than I thought I would. Public speaking gets me really nervous and unfortunately very sweaty. So let me just very quickly see here. Can you guys see me? All right, cool. Okay, so I'm just going through your guys' videos. Oh, sorry, your guys' comments. There's been a lot of isekai. What's the site? So anime that was Scribble Hub. There's a lot of chapters per week. Will there be cat girls in the story? Maybe Zenith. Probably should. There's two cat girls. I don't like the overuse of gaming elements isekai. What that tells me is I need to create a popular isekai. Pretty much. If they are from Earth, that's the excuse for anime references. Yep. That is the advantage. Matthew Dick is very correct. Making her from Earth makes it a little bit easier for us to make references. for his fans. Okay, you can already see his face. I'm back. Reload my okay. Okay. Isekai is a genre where the exploration of the world takes more attention away from the exploration of the characters more than most other things. That might be a bad choice for girls' love. I don't think the readers care about actual characters. They remind me of the audience for Thingamajig. They don't care about. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. Yeah, no animamus, but like this is different, man. This is different. This is like I'm trying to give people advice. This is different. It's kind of it's a little bit scarier. But I'm okay. My throat's good. So we're gonna drop the MC in. Just gonna drop. I don't want to give any real context about the world. What I'm thinking already, like here's what I'm thinking. Right, I'm already compromising. I said I wanted I want to win this contest. I said I wanted to win it, but honestly, I'm pretty stubborn. I'm pretty stupid. This is why I'm not a multimillionaire and why I'm struggling the way I am. It's because ultimately I want to do what I want to do, and now my ego's getting in the way. I'm dropping her in, and I think what I want to do is I want to focus on that first stage. I want to really explain the world that she's going to be in. So I definitely want to explain stuff. I want to make sure people understand what is going on in my world. I don't want to move before we explain what is going on in the world. So already, for me, this is a situation of I want to make an interesting world. This is my compromise. I know this is going to lose some problems. I love spirituality. I love spirituality. I explain what world you're in. This is going to be one of the early portions of my book, and this is part of the establishing the special world, normal world situation. Expect what world you in. That's what I want to do. So beyond that, we're talking about just general structure. I have the MC dropping in. I want to explain my world. I'm following Hero's journey. What else do I want from my MC? Well, I want my MC to learn something. I want my MC to have some kind of struggle. The question is, what kind of struggle is this MC going to have? And now mind you, what we are entering now is the development process that I would go through if I have no idea. What I will sometimes do for other books, if I already have a solid idea of the character, I'll think of one awesome scene. This awesome scene, it would be amazing if it was ever animated. One awesome scene, and from this scene, what I typically do, I go take a shower, I get this amazing bit of inspiration. My journey when I'm doing it normally, it becomes about how do I get there? How do I get to this awesome scene, right? How do I get there? How do I get, so this revolves around asking like, the God explains the words to her. Yeah, Matthew Dick, actually, like that's what we're gonna do. That's pretty much what we're gonna do. I want to establish the God as a character. Well, that's what we're gonna do. Moral issues, boom, plot twist. You're the bad guy. Will you make the MC suffer like from ReZero or Shield Hero? Zenith, honestly, no. From what I've seen here, after we did our initial market research, it seems to me like we probably want a positive story. That's kind of where I'm leaning towards. We want a positive story that is pure good feelings. Within a certain degree. I think that'd be the best move here. Oh, Miguel said the first thing I thought about the first episode of the story I want to make is the fight. Actually, no, that's great. That's great. To Miguel's point, it actually is valuable to start with a lot of action. If you're writing an erotic romance, the strategy is start with a bang. Like actually, quite literally, if you're writing erotica on Amazon, and that's what Erotic Author says. So for my general structure, it's like how do I get there? How do I fit it in? So I think about this awesome scene, and I want to know like where in the story should it go. Because that's usually where I really apply Hero's journey, because that will give me a framework for where it would be the best spot to put it in there. And I do want that, again, Matthew is saying some really important stuff when it comes to the cyclical nature of the hero story. The reason, just to give you some I know we're going all over the place right now, but when I was talking earlier about this little story structure, the reason that this story structure, the escalating tension, the reason this story structure is good for short stories is because short stories end. This story structure would be very hard to do in a serial format, and that's why we want to use the hero's journey for long works. because not yet. I haven't seen Kuma Bear because a cyclical format will guarantee that you will come back to a point where the hero can learn more lessons somehow. But if you do constant serial escalation, like things will get hard to actually keep over a long period of time. That's why this format works better for short stories and serials. You have to be really talented to be able to manage the problems that come from escalation. And we already see Shonen Jump when they do Crashes and Burn. Anyway, going back to my main thing here. How do I fit it in? When we talk about how do I get there, this involves stuff like characters. Where does a character have to be in order to justify that scene? A lot of the one awesome scene and building off from it revolves around making sure that this thing makes sense. And the reason that this is good for generating a lot of ideas is because you need to say, okay, I want my character to have this really awesome fight with this giant lizard. How do I justify him being at this point and being able to do the things he's going to do, right? That's what the benefit of doing one awesome scene and building off from it does. But if you are doing it like that, you should probably consider, you have to be really good at asking why you get there. Anyway, going to this, we want to explain what world you are in. I'm going to use the god to do that. God does it because I want to make the god a character. I think he would be a cool character. God does it. It would be cool to know how a world works from that perspective. I love that kind of stuff. So what kind of struggle do I want her? Well, we have a mafia family. We have crime. Maybe the struggle is MC, and I saw Will said something about this earlier. MC struggles with evil? With crime, maybe? Like that feels pretty fair. Like, I mean, you're in a crime world. That's pretty good here so far. Let's ask, do we want a villain? Like, is a villain worthwhile? Would we want a villain right now? Do we want a villain? For my first novel that's currently being edited, do we want a villain? The villain is essentially the world. The villain is the world. Like there's a struggle. Like Master Grade, you might recall we did we talked about the three primary struggles, that being man versus God, man versus man, and man versus himself. And then I think it was Master Grade pointed out man versus environment. If it was someone else, I apologize. And for my first novel, it's pretty much man versus environment, and there isn't legitimately a villain. What does a villain do for a story? Well, a villain sometimes is the call to action. Right? A villain, ultimately, what it does is that it brings conflict to the hero. A villain stands there as the symbol of the conflicts that the hero has had to go under. That's why the villain becomes the proxy for the symbolic win. The symbolic, when you kill the villain, what you're saying is that yes, your hero has evolved, he has learned. That's what slaying the villain ultimately means. It stands there as a symbol of success. Thank you, Master Gray. So, and yeah, just my issue with man versus nature is that nature can be internalized into either God or into man itself. So it could be man against himself or man against God, depending on how people frame it. But, challenges are imposed by the environment. But yeah, do we want a villain? I think this would be good. I think having a villain would be good. Would it be good for our first novel? I'm not sure. How compelling could we make this? Do we want a villain? I think we could do some really interesting stuff depending on how we do the villain. So maybe we want a villain. I think maybe. Do I have any ideas for a villain right now? Not really. I'm gonna have to start writing and see what ideas come to me. But a villain would be a pretty good thing. Will it be a casual laugh away villain, or will it be like a villain that actually tests the protagonist? Well, isekais tend to not have compelling villains, so let's buck trend. I want the compelling villain because isekai villains tend to suck. So let's make it compelling. That's what we're going to go. We're going to have a compelling villain, but we're probably going to have an overarching plot. We're going to have like an overarching villain. We're going to have an overarching Monster of the Week villain. I think doing Monster of the Week would be good. So overarching Monster of the Week. So if we have a villain every couple of chapters, that might give us the illusion of progress. Now, the reason I'm thinking about doing is the good the villain, maybe, but we don't know yet. Yeah, Matthew, maybe the villain is a rival gang, the villain in the other world's law. Okay, let's actually, Animamus, that's a really good point. Like, if I want to win the contest, I need to make 40,000 words. So we need to have a story format that's going to allow me to get to 40,000 words, right? So let's also put that in there. Rival gang. Let's put a rival gang in there because I can definitely stretch things out if I have conflict happening, right? If I have the illusion of conflict, I can definitely stretch things out to God knows how long. And that would be very good for this because I did see that in the contest there is a special prize for having the most words written. So if there's a special prize for having the most words written, we're definitely going to try and get it. Let's just very quickly see what we're competing with in terms of most words written. So the first one has like 32,000, 15,000, 26,000, 25,000, 13,000, 92,000. This is the one that's really just the crapper right here. So this person, now here's the interesting thing. These are really bad metrics. This person has 90,000 words. That's essentially a novel, but you only have 119 readers. Are you actually doing well? And you can see this person, look at how hard they have to go to get into the top 6 that's dominated by relative shit, right? You look at this. He has 90,000 words compared to these other people who are doing more with less. This is what it looks like when you're going against trend. This guy right here is the real hero. Belger, whatever your name is. This guy's the real hero. This is the situation that we all want to avoid. We do not want to be producing this much effort to be getting these little returns. Like, let's really look at this real quick. Is there any other good comparisons that we have here? This person has 15,000 views. That's only 500 more than this guy, and they have more readers. This person has 17,000 views. They have 3 times the readers. Yeah, no, this person has 22,000. Double it. No, even if you get double the views on number 6 here, I hope you guys can see it. Even if you get double the views on this, it's a pretty shit time because then you have this guy. Look at this. Double the views. He has so much. 626 readers, right? So this is what happens when you go against trend. Very brave. I'm rooting for the tale of the legendary Magus. Very brave. But in terms of metrics, this is depressing. And then imagine on Amazon, this gets worse because then you're making 0 money for whatever amount of effort you put into whatever you were doing. It's going to be horrible. It's just not a good exchange. Them 11 hours ago. Oh, that's the last time they updated. It doesn't matter. Once they have too many chapters. They've started working on this in September. Look, no matter how you look at it, this is not the situation you want to be in. You don't want to be in a situation where you're fighting so hard. You're putting in so much more effort and other people are succeeding. In terms of a contest, you're not winning out except for the word count. Like, I don't think I can beat 92,000 words by December. I could probably do it if we make... I think I could probably do it if we really focus on making it a... if we really focus on making it a Monster of the Week thing. Because if we make it Monster of the Week, we can make this work the whole time. So let me just get back here. So, you know what? Might be worth considering doing Monster of the Week. So we need a story that will ultimately allow Monster of the Week to happen. And if we do Monster of the Week, we can make sure that the MC learns a lesson every single time. So right now, this is overarching. So I think for now that's a good thing here because it's ultimately a person from the real world coming in, and then given that she's connected to the god here, I think what we should do. Overarching, MC struggles with crime. The only logical place is that she makes peace with the crime that she's involved in. Makes peace with crime. Because at the end of the day, we have to talk about a crime family. That's the requirement of the contest. So makes peace. Now, this is really good for me because I think this would be really interesting to talk about in regards to karma. Reading my story that I wrote in high school. Oh, that's good, Hunter. I can talk about karma. I can talk about causality in this. I think this would be a great situation for me to have. For my personal style, I think having some kind of weird thing like this will be fine. Now, I will be trying to do things like trying to make people think that the MC is super cute. So we have an overarching style. Now, but let's talk about the MC. What kind of main character do we want, right? Let me just make sure I didn't miss any big comments from you guys, because I don't want to miss anything. Man versus reality, man versus author. How will you make the reader hooked in the first chapter, or will you build interest in a different way, like their story was family killed or something, like they start with off with a fight? For that, Zenitz, you know what I'm thinking. So Zenitz is asking a question: how are we hooking? We need the hook. So this is actually a really important part of writing. What's the hook? I love cold opens personally. Now at this point we are purely in style now. Now we're talking. So we just did the overarching thing. We're now talking like the little spots. What's the hook? I think start with a surprise. I think we have to start with some kind of surprise. For me, a surprise right now. Hey, it's crime. It's a crime family. Start with a surprise. I'm thinking. Let's start the chapter off with someone. Oh, not a vampire. Not start with a vampire. With a surprise. I think we start the chapter off with someone dying. I think let's turn convention on. Let's fight some trend. Let's make it interesting. We have a very unique situation here. We have girls love coming in. Let's do something that's unexpected for the first chapter. I think killing off a character. That's my current idea. What do you guys have for your ideas for hooks? Killing off a character sounds great though. I love killing off characters, especially if they're cute anime girls. I think that'd be a great move. We know werewolves are popular on Amazon and on Amazon. Let's put that stipulation there. Cat girls on the other side. Let me just make sure I can see you guys again. Oh, there's a lot of comments. Let me just go through this real quick. The villain is the rival gang. Is the god the villain? Maybe we need a villain like Dio, Joe Tower. I see a wolf maybe making appearance. Maybe you want a wolf pyre. I mean, yeah, like villain will be this brother or some accident help the villain. Some Japanese yokai reflects an internal struggle. The MC could work out a bunch of problems. You know what? Let's put in your guys' stuff because I want you guys to feel involved. Your guys. Your guys's. So we have yokai. So that's spiritual. Thanks for that, Tibet. That's pretty good. Reflects internal struggle. I think that could definitely be a villain of the week. We can definitely make a villain. I want to make an anime game show titled Birds or Small. See who can tell the difference. Just armor. You need to write that much. They might have a bad. I'm actually okay. Got that. Tomboy. So. Has the god of that world and its counterpart made some kind of bet over whether repent or something? The hook could be okay. What's the rating? How serious? Well, we're gonna like it's a mafia family. I don't want to have any. People said slice of life mafia is probably gonna do best. I don't want to do slice of life. Well, we can do slice of life, but we need to like remind people this is serious business. So let me just make sure. Crime the MC needs to make peace with. So, crime guilt. Let's just say crime guilt. So this is a good idea. Start with a werewolf. Okay, Skell, you want to do a werewolf? I mean, all right. That's really powerful stuff. If the family are slave owners, she make her mission to treat slaves well. Better to be her slave than someone else's. Okay, so that's a redemption plot. That is a societal redemption plot. All right. That's a redemption plot. All right, cool. We know werewolves are probably a gang fight happens and boom, died, burn down the competition, kill off the first love interest, an One-san character, werewolf Italian mafia, and vampire Russian mafia. Okay, you know what? I think a werewolf mafia would be good, and I love bringing monsters in. You guys know I love myth, so let's do werewolf mafia. I think we can make this work. And let's do vampire Russian mafia. This just sounds like a victory. At that point, I better make sure I give credit to Skelly. Vampire mafia Russian. So this sounds pretty good to me so far. Okay, help out. Oh, sorry, a slice of life pizza place, a gritty mafia. Okay, cool. For example, in JoJo they have stand user for others or Hamon versus vampire like MC. Okay, is the same thing a way to kick off the girls' love? Tibet. Okay, so let me copy very quickly. So we have some good stuff here. I don't want to lose what we just made, but I need to switch the page. So let's copy this one. Because Tibet's bringing up some more stuff. Now we're really talking about the story. Now we're really like figuring things out. Um, so guys, this is essentially the brainstorming process. Now, usually you guys will not have the luxury of having like so many other interested people all working together. So that's why I really need you guys to I really need you guys to understand why you're writing, because I need you guys to be in a position where you will always be able to write. Ideally, you need to be in a position where you're self-motivated. The worst thing that's going to kill you as a writer is procrastination or not believing in yourself. That's why it's important very early on to understand why you're doing what you're doing, because that's going to be what's ultimately going to be motivating you. Okay, so going back into this, this is basically a writer's room, yeah. So let's bring up the girls' love aspect. What kind of things do we want to see in girls' love? Actually, I want to know from you guys. What do we want to see in girls' love? I want to see situations where people are going to be like, "Guy, just make them kiss already." I want sexual tension. What do we see? GL. Okay, so none of it. So Skelly wants none of it. I want sexual, so none of it. So that's a pretty, that's an aggressive tease. So none of it. I'm not sure if that's gonna win us the contest though. We have slow burn. Well, I like your style. So this means I don't have to worry about writing anything. I only have to tease it. So I don't have to write anything. You know, how do we bring in the girls' love? Let me write that there. How do we girls' love? Slaves, because isekais love slaves. Quick returns. Master Gray wants. Okay, so that sounds like Master Gray just wants what's that called? Instant gratification. Instant returns. An actual functional relationship. Okay, so Tibet just made this a lot harder. Actual relationship. Great. We are anime writers here, Tibet. We don't do actual relationships, but we will try. I think also, going back to Matthew's thing about fighting trend, this is where we fight trend. So I think this might be worth looking at, because the situation here, and again, Matthew, you really got to thank the guy. Everyone just give a quick why for Matthew if you want there. But this is where we start fighting with trends. Ideally, when you're going against trend, what you want to do is create a marketable framework. So you want to use your vampire werewolf, but then you want to have the unique nuances within the book. Look, the reality is people still judge books by their covers. So after you get people hooked on, oh, thanks guys. After you get people hooked on, that's when you fight trends, because it's like a sleeper cell kind of thing. So I think actual relationships, this is off trend, but this would be really good. That will immediately satisfy us. That will immediately, I hope Matthew sees that. That will immediately put us at an advantage, because when it comes to regular anime, they don't usually do actual relationships until very late in the game. I think we could have. I think it'd be nice to have a nice casual relationship in the background and talk about it in that way. But honestly, if we're doing all kinds of weird things, if we have a wide cast, we can put a relationship anywhere, and as long as we feed the relationship, people will probably like it. Now, this is one part here we haven't talked about it, but there is a unique facet of online hubs. Online hubs really enjoy having content to read. This is why you have a really good advantage if you're working on online hubs. So if you work on an online hub and you just produce content, as long as the content is matched up to the particular audience's taste, you're going to do really well. Ideally, you don't want to be in the situation that this poor person with 92,000 words written is in, because they're not getting enough return for their investment. It's a really sad situation. You don't want to be in that situation. I really cannot say how. I hope that does not happen to us. Vampires have. Okay. You can introduce the Yuri through a trainer that is an One-san. Okay, so a trainer already. I like that, because I like writing older women. This is good. And we're gonna put One-san, and we know like the One-sans are like super worthwhile. We know at this point, what do we want to see in girls' love? I want to see Lisa. You know what? Might as well just sneak in some fan fiction in there. Let's say we have a character that has Lisa in the name. I don't know. Who else can we add to that? Venti? Nah, Lisa. I want to see Lisa. That's what I want to see. Wait, is the Yuri between a vampire and a werewolf? Why not? We can do that. We can do an interspecies romance. Like, let's make it Romeo and Juliet. That could be for one of the girls' plots. Interspecies Romeo Juliet drama. That's a good idea. That right there, that can be a whole 5 chapters. That could be a whole episode. Romeo and Juliet. What do they learn at the end of that episode? They learn the value of accepting each other, or they learn the value of staying quiet. They learn the value of being clandestine in their interactions. They learn the value of not holding hands in public. You know, we can really turn this dark. We can turn it positive. We can do anything we want with this situation. I think we should go off trend with it, though. I do think that going off trend. Actually, Romeo and Juliet's already sad enough. So maybe go a happy ending, because Romeo and Juliet already sucks. That might be worthwhile there. This is harem, right? Yeah. That's there's definitely a harem. Definitely, yeah. We can do like harem light. We want to get the harem tag. So we have nothing. They both died to reflect the original Romeo and Juliet. We want to get the harem tag, so we just have to like pretend that we're a harem. So we just have to introduce a bunch of girls and never do anything with them. That'll justify the harem tag. So that's what we're gonna do. So what do we see in Girls Love? So we want none of it. We want a slow burn, instant. We want the actual relationship. We want Lisa. Now we're not doing smut, so definitely I don't want to write any of that. So in that regard, we're not gonna go hardcore in the content. Slow burn. I think a slow burn would be good for some characters, and we can do instant for others. Really, if we're doing Monsters of the Week, can we have girls fighting for his love? Zenith, remember, we are doing full-on girls here. We are, like, I guess we gotta start talking about the cast here. So cast. This is easy. It's God. It's pretty simple. It's God and girls. That's pretty much it. Because God's got no gender. This is it. This is it. That's it. That's about as profitable as we're gonna get. And then minor characters. Minor characters don't really work. Don't really matter. Minor characters, just you make them whenever you want. The best thing that can happen to a minor character is that you decide that they're too cool, and you want to use the minor character again. What I like doing with minor characters, this is one of my strategies. I like rolling D10s, 2 D10s for percentile. And I like to see if a minor character is going to be really cool or going to die. The way I decide whether or not my characters die, I roll the odds, and if they get like below 10, they're dead. They're going to die in the story. And then my general approach is I want to make the character so good that I don't want to kill them off, right? Like when I kill them off, I want to be crying. Because then that probably means that they mean a lot to me. That's how I write my characters. And that also makes it easier for people to not know who you're going to kill off. Because if you give all the characters that matter, the ones that live and the ones that die, good screen time, it'll be harder. It'll be harder. People will be really terrified. Have a redemption. Okay, have a redemption for one of the love interests. Monster of the Week becomes love interest. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Let's put a spot for plot lines here, man. So I think we're done with what we have for what we want for thingamabobs up here. I want to talk about plots. So I think Monster of the Week redemption. That's good. Monster redemption. I think that would be very interesting. I think that would be cool to write about. I think that'd be really neat. Be a rare ability user that could tip the balance between all the Mafia characters. Oh, so regular isekai. So let's just MC special. So pretty much an isekai character. Special. That's pretty much guaranteed, though. The girls are gonna be a Mafia family. We need to have the crime in there, so that's Mafia. And we have a god. We have minor characters that don't really matter. Just say weekly. They're weekly. Oh yeah. We could put mythological creatures. We'll have to see. That depends more on the world building. We have to see if we can fit in those creatures, or if we're just gonna pay them lip service, right? Do we want to be like these other works that we have on Scribble Hub? Let's very quickly look, because I recall that we saw one. Yeah, there it is. 1 second. I recall we saw one right here. Like already, like we have Beastkin of Grimm and we have the Monster Girl collection. Given that these two are like high up, was New Life of a Summon thing also Monster Girls? Because it seems like it's a Summon Demoness. So we have really good odds with Monster Girls, demi-humans. So it might be worthwhile considering Monster Girls. Yeah, we'll have to think about that one. I'll have to really think about that one, because now it's like that becomes a little bit tougher in justifying Monster Girls being around, because we don't want Monster Girls to be around at the level of a regular isekai. They have to be good. They have to be good for the setting. So if we endeavor to put in Monster Girls, we have to decide immediately whether or not we want them to. Oh, not immediately, but we have to decide whether or not they actually are integrated. So we want like what is the degree of the world building that's going to be there to justify the existence of Monster Girls? We can do it, and it'll definitely add more cool situations. But it opens up the scope. But that also creates more Monster of the Week problems. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Have the MC train another love interest. MC gets student. Oh, you want to MC with a student? All right, cool. Yeah, the master great. Teacher-student relationship. Master Gray, you and your taboo subjects. Teacher-student. Have monster clans that are crime families. All right. That's a yeah. You know, we haven't really talked about how this world works, but I think we're getting to the point where I have to share more information here. Okay, so far, illegal monster trafficking is another subject where the mafia can be involved with. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that works. You know what? If we're doing that, we need to have dungeons. Illegal monster trafficking. Oh, that is wonderful. That's a sexy idea. Okay. Illegal monster traffic. I like that. So, I like that one. I'm putting in dungeons. Dungeons are a staple, so we're putting those in. It would be cool if a girl that he loved about to die, he has awakened a new power. That'll be a badass moment. Yeah, that would be a badass moment. Okay, so guys, really, we're talking about a lot of wonderful plots. But we're talking about a lot of wonderful plots, but we don't really know what we're doing in the story here yet. So this is where I have to reveal my grand trick, and go back here very quickly. Now, unfortunately, the trick won't be as impressive as I initially wanted it to be last week, because of some unfortunate death in the family. It kind of took me out for the rest of the week, and it's been a bit harder to recover. I didn't have time to write, is what I'm really saying. So what we have here, we have our general story structure. The reality is that I've already gone and I have written the beginning of a story, just to show you guys, just so you can see like how easy it is to start something. And so on this page, I actually have a story. It's not that impressive. We'll check back next week to see if I actually know what I'm doing. And no worry, Master Gray, it was okay, man. Like, just stuff happens. So of these new stories here, my story that I just made beforehand for this particular, I got 4.3. Oh no, actually that's pretty good. Actually, this is pretty good. This is a story that I came up with. Actually, this is really good for where I am right now. Wow, I didn't actually expect to have that much. I got some notifications here too, so if you guys can see it, yeah, you guys can see it. Let me just check the notifications. Let's see what the comments are. Let's see what the first comment is. Let's see who's got a comment for us. New chat. I hope it's a kind one. Someone rated a 3 already, so I'm not happy. All right, cool. All right, so that's already a great thing. So already, okay, so let me walk you through this. Oh, hey, Vance. And guys, thanks for the well wishes. Like the only reason I told you guys is just so you know why I'm not more cool. I really wanted to be cool for you guys, and it's fine. It got a little bit scary there with my other family members, but it's fine. Okay, so this is my story that I've come up with. I want to make sure I can still see you guys because I keep moving the panel away. Now, what I wanted to create here was ultimately a story that I could get the ultimate prize with. I want to win. I want to at least get the most words. So I needed a story that lets me slot things in and I need a story that lets me produce trash at a really, really fast rate. That's why we have Monster of the Week. I don't want to call it trash, but it's just so you guys get the idea of like the level that you have to be at when it comes to just pushing stuff out. So here's my story. By the power of cute girls, I will save this world. I really tried my best to really understand how this whole thing works. So strategy game mastermind Streza finds herself taken into another world by a god that needs help. Her mission, get rid of the dirty transmigrators who are slowly but surely siphoning the life force from the new world. Transmigrators, for you guys that don't know, I use transmigrators because this is a concept that pops up a lot in all these online hubs. Transmigrators are people, if you saw My Next Life as a Villainous, that's a transmigrator. It's a person's soul who takes the place of another person's soul, so they get reincarnated or they get transferred over into someone else's body. That's what a transmigrator is. Anyway, get rid of the dirty transmigrators who are slowly but surely siphoning the life force from the new world. However, things won't be easy. Streza, has been reincarnated into a mysterious system called a causality module. So this is where I'm bringing in my spirituality stuff. I want to talk about the nature of causality. So this is what she is. She can only manipulate events from afar. If she wants to enact change, she's going to have to put her skills to the test and perfectly manipulate the Veloqui family, the all-female crime family, her #1 favorite units. This work is being produced for the Metis contest, built on organized crime. The cover was created by Waifu Labs. Skelly, this is why I had the waifus at the bottom. It's because I was making a bunch of them just to have it here. And then we have the first chapter. I didn't have time to upload. I have like 9,000 words. I could have uploaded like 9 chapters, but I didn't have time, unfortunately. Just happens. But that is the story that we have. Already we have 390. We have 3 ratings. We have 27 readers. That's pretty good. Pretty good for what it is. That's actually pretty fast. I've been testing other random stories throughout the week, and this is so far the second fastest that I've seen this go up. So that already sounds really good. And this is definitely the fastest comment I've gotten so far. So the power of cute anime girls is definitely at full force here. I am a little bit concerned about this rating, because that's pretty early. But then again, I didn't really, I kind of just churned that out for the sake of this lesson. Anyway, my salt aside. This is what we have. So, within this structure already, do I think it's going to win? Well, I wanted to win. And for the first chapter, what I ultimately did, I went with, in terms of how to start a story, my first idea was, of course, I wanted to use starting things off with a bang. So the first scene here that you're seeing on screen, I did a little gimmick where I show off the waifu at the beginning. So the chapter is titled Lacey Lowland's Decision, and this is Lacey Lowland right here. It's a gimmick. It's a quick gimmick to get more views. That's what I wanted to do. So the scene here would open up, and Lacey is fighting her childhood friend. It's like, oh my god, why is she fighting her childhood friend? What is going on? Well, her childhood friend just suddenly was acting strange. He went to a decrepit old building. He's just hanging out there. It's like, what's going on? Like, why are they fighting? Lacey is trying to stab him, and then I had some narrator exposition saying that this was Lacey's former friend. Then you have Lacey giving a scene that she wants to get her Alfred back. So that was just there to tell the reader, like, oh, there's something going on. She wants her Alfred back. And then you have this guy saying, like, oh, he's long gone. But isn't this her friend? The narrator is saying this is her friend. So that was my first intention with this first bit. I wanted to start it with a bang. So Lacey dies in the first 500 words. I wanted her to be a cute girl, and I wanted her to die very quickly because I wanted to establish what the stakes were for this world. And immediately after, we have this break here that goes into this next sequence of text. So what's happening here is this is the actual action, and then this is the perspective of the person that was watching this, in this case our main character. Our main character is watching the situation from a weird room separated from reality. She's watching the situation. She had noticed that Lacey had given some weird values on the console that she was following, so she's like, okay Lacey, like you just directed me to the first transmigrator I have to get rid of. So I'm gonna send you in there. I'm gonna like you seem stressed enough. You seem like you're ready to go in that direction. I'm gonna send you in there, try and get rid of that transmigrator, and ultimately Lacey dies. This section is ultimately here to characterize Lacey and also the main character Streza. That's how I wrote it. So you guys can all go on Scribble Hub and you can check out the series. I have 9 chapters I can upload. I'm gonna be uploading them slowly, and we can see next week how we're doing. How much plot armors do non-MC characters have? Now that is the next big question, Master Gray. How much plot armor do they have? Well, Master Gray, if I roll the dice for them, then they only have as much plot armor as the dice says. Yeah, it's a little bit like possession. It's a little bit like possession. Depends on how you want to talk about transmigrators. So at this point, I've revealed a few more things about what I wanted to do. So now for villains, what we also have here, let me erase this. The overarching villains that we also have here, we also have the transmigrators. These are going to be the main goal. It's going to be trying to get rid of transmigrators. So what I thought would be cool here, only as much as their characterized competence, you mean? Yeah. What I want here for the transmigrators, I want to have an element of mystery, because the way I've set up the transmigrators, they are characters that, while they do body hopping, like they come into the world and they just take over a body, and because of certain rules within the world, you don't actually know who's a transmigrator. You have to look through the eyes of your various characters. So what I thought of doing here was Streza. I wanted to make a character that would allow me to go for long form for a very long period of time. And in this case, if I have Streza watching everything, she's in the background watching the situation. She's trying to move, like, let's say she has 7 assassins. She's trying to move the assassins into a position where they can get rid of a transmigrator. But there's particular rules. What about non-death security like maiming? Oh yeah, no, that's fine, man. Like, whatever the dice say, we'll do it. But she'll move the characters into position, but she can't do it directly. She has to do it through signs or whatever. So the way I've set it up for the first bit of characters, this is just to give you guys a general framework. The characters are built up by, their character directed. They follow a particular god, and because they follow that god, they are more superstitious. So what that ultimately leads into is, like, the god is a god of crows or something like that. If I send a crow over there, or Streza sends a crow, they'll see the crow and be like, oh my god, that's a sign from my god, I better do what the crow wants. And I also have like another oracle girl to just give more direct messages. So it'll be pretty much Streza is going to be sending messages to the girls, and they're going to be trying to interpret it and go and do what they need to do. And that way we can actually see a pretty interesting dynamic where we have a character commenting every time the girls are doing stuff, and we also get to see this very interesting kind of strategy gameplay in a real world. And in that way I also get to internalize like certain ideas. Like if Streza brings up a menu on the characters, maybe Streza can see it as a strategy game because she's a strategy game master. She can see levels and all that, and then we can talk about how levels translate into physical world attributes when we see the girls playing out Streza's plans or being nudged towards Streza's plans. At the end of the day, Streza is set up to be a character that can only nudge people in a particular direction. So Streza, at a lot of times, I want her to be a character who's really terrified about characters dying. Like, she's going to be playing like a Fire Emblem player who doesn't want their units to die. That's ultimately what I want to create for her. Oh, hey, Tiandre. Don't worry, man. I'll leave this one up so you can watch it later, Tiandre. I was wondering if you're going to show up. Okay, so that's the structure that I've created here. This structure, I think, will give us an advantage when it comes to this story because we can produce multiple stuff for it. How gamified is this world? Master Grade, the gamification is only going to come in from Streza interpreting it as a game. Like, you know, she's going to look at some stats. She's going to be like, okay, this person has like a 15 in brawling, but what does that actually really mean? Well, you'll see the person fighting. Like, oh, at the end of the day, the gamified stats are just how Streza is interpreting things. they don't really matter all too much. Like I want to create a situation where we could look at how causality might look at these people. So there's things like karma being mixed in here. There's things like trajectories, free wills also getting a lot of talk. So the next chapters after this one are going to be the hardcore world building chapters, where it's just going to be explaining how Streza and the god got into this arrangement, what's going on. So it's going to be a couple of dense chapters about just pure how the world works. That's going to be a slow burn. But now that you guys have a better idea of what I'm doing here, and already this seems like by next week, I think honestly next week we're gonna have a great story. I think next week we're already gonna be maybe top 10 trending. Next week I think we're gonna be competing for the top 7 slots for the contest. I also know how to game this system because of all the, well, not game the system, but I know how to best operate in the system because of my experiments before this. So what we've created here is a framework for all of us to be able to say what we kind of want to see. So already you guys want all those mythological creatures. All right, we have vampires and we have vampires, we have werewolves. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do superpowered mafias, and this actually works really well. Oh, Tiandre, yeah, no, man, we're talking about a contest on Scribble Hub. So sort of like the anime called Parasite type of situation going on. Oh, okay. So, what your guys' ideas about racial mafias, I think that makes sense. The way that I structured the world, I went for a little bit of sword art, because you know you can never go wrong with a little bit of sword art. What we have here, the world is, oh wait, let me make sure I have my stuff up. All right, sorry, apologies guys, don't worry, I didn't really draw anything else. So the way that the world works in my particular story here is that it's essentially a giant cylinder with like 25 floors. And I wasn't sure how I was going to world build the floors. I just kind of like slapped that together. I had no real reason, but then as I was getting into it, I was thinking, like, you know, each floor can be distinct for something. Like the first floor could be a lava floor, and that's like just capturing something. It makes sense in the story. One floor can just be an ocean resort floor. One floor can just be the floor of the vampires. It's 25 floors with a bunch of different towns. You know how One Punch Man simplified the towns by just saying city A, city B? I think I might do that too. I think I'm going to go for a simplified world here. Simplified world where like each town or each city is known for something. Simplified world. That's what we want. Distinct floors. We want distinct floors, distinct ruling families. So this will be the racial mafias and any other things. And then we want distinct specialties for each floor. Now, the reason that this works is because really the world isn't what's important here. The waifus are what's important here. We need to make sure that every single waifu gets to have a character chapter, because that will give me more words to talk about. But then if we do distinct floors, ruling families and specialties, you know, we can have a city that's specifically just for pharmaceuticals. We can have a city that's specifically just for zoology. We can make so many gimmicks within 25 floors of just really distinct towns. We can do so much with that. I think floating islands would be more unique-ish. Ah, interesting. Well, you see, actually, Animamus, interesting that you one capital city on each floor. Yes, Tibet. How did you know? One capital on each floor. Wow, you guys are clever. See, this is the value of having a genre, or having trends. One capital on each floor. Yes, no, that's already a thing, because that makes the most sense. Now, Animamus, here's the lore for this world. So the way it works is that the transmigrators already wrecked everything. So the god took remnants of his world when he was trying to flush out the transmigrators and stacked them all into a tower. So this tower is actually floating in the sky over an apocalyptic world that the god nuked, because he had to try and get rid of the transmigrators. But the transmigrators are too strong, because in any transmigrator story, they always get too strong for their own good. Floating, I call it Remnant Arc. So this is called Floating Remnant Arc. That's what this place is called. No, Master Grade, that would be that'd be a little bit too Sword Arts Online, and I wasn't thinking of that. I didn't want to gamify it too much. There are dungeons between the floors, so like you have floor 1, floor 2, and then there's a layer in between, and there's a dungeon in there. I'm still coming up with a reason for that. Like honestly, like again, we're going by the seat of my pants here. But yeah, this is how we structured the world. So what really matters in this part of the conversation? Well, this is the part of the conversation that Skelly would have been more interested in. This is how I went about making a story. This is how I went about figuring this out. The important thing that you need to take away from here, higher floor equal higher ranks, Matthew, that makes the most logical sense. Honestly, definitely for the dungeon layers, that makes the most honest sense. And we can definitely say that there's more debauchery going on in the bottom worlds. Is there a reason for the monsters existing? We'll figure that out, Master Great. What was important here, again, was coming from the perspective of someone that wants to win a tournament and has no ideas. We wanted to make a story that would allow us the liberty to explore it. The more tight you make a world at the beginning, the harder it is to ultimately explore it. So I made it open enough for me to understand where I was going, what I was doing, and what I wanted to accomplish. Or we had to make it open enough such that I could add a new plot element later. Is that how we get a guide per dungeon? Tibet, we could. We legitimately could. Thanks for bringing that up, Tibet. So, do we want to link any of the story to the dungeon? Now, see, we could have a really powerful dungeon plot. So, do we want to link story? Do we want dungeon story progression? That's really what this is. Because we have other stories that do that. We have Danmachi that progresses based on dungeon. Dungeon story progression. Like every chapter of Danmachi or every volume of Danmachi features a new floor being explored. Dungeon story progression. Do we want that? We can make that work. I have 7 main characters. One of those characters could be very interested in a dungeon. We legitimately could make the dungeon work. Streza might have a legitimate interest in making the dungeon and going into the dungeons. If we say a transmigrator is hiding in a dungeon, we automatically have to go deal with the dungeon. If we say the transmigrator is hiding in the highest point of the dungeon, the highest layer of the dungeon, that immediately means, well, shit, we're gonna have to go to the dungeon. Are any of the waifus transmigrators? That'd be an interesting. No, that'll be an interesting conflict. Let's waifu transmigrators. I think, you know what, we need to have a transmigrator who is a waifu. I think that might make things interesting. At some point, I don't know if you could tell from the synopsis, but I called the transmigrators dirty. So at some point, we do want Streza kind of stressing over a good transmigrator. So Streza and a good transmigrator. Already, that to me, that smells like a Volume 3 conflict. That in of itself, when you run into a transmigrator that is not all bad and is not causing an issue in the world, what do we do in that situation? That's an excellent conflict. This is a volume plot. We're going to call that one a volume plot, without a doubt. Because in that plot, you can really make the readers hurt if it's a really good character. So you guys are all saying, like, within the characters that Streza already has access to, should we have a spy transmigrator? You know what? Also probably worth making it. So Streza in the characterization, she's also characterized as being a fangirl. So she loves playing Otome games and that kind of stuff. So she already, like, one of the comments I had when I was characterizing her, she was talking about how she would love to have fan art of Lacey Thingamajig. So that's how I also characterize Streza. Waifu transmigrator and waifu with transmigrator within. That's transmigrator within. Now it is important to note that usually transmigrators don't know they're causing a problem. Transmigrators are just trying to make the best of their life, so they are causing problems just by the virtue of existing. So they don't know that this is bad for them to do. But already we have a lot of really good ideas. Already we have a lot of ways that this story can develop. We have mafia conflict. I love mafia conflict. I want to have, like, the big challenge here is going to be making something that's like really mafia-y. We don't need to make it mafia-y, but I really want to make it mafia-y. Does your MC have a rival? Okay, so let's talk about that. Do we need a rival? Here's what ends up happening. Because Streza is ultimately the person, she's a POV character. She's the person watching everything. We can give the 7 units that Streza controls at the beginning of the story. We can give them rivals. In fact, I have a rival for the Veloqui family in general. There is a rival that's motivating the majority of their actions for the beginning. So in terms of a rival, do we need a rival? This is actually do we need a villain? Yes. There needs to be someone that's instigating the plot for the Veloqui family. So for Streza, her overall villain is or are the transmigrators in general, right? So we have, think about the word count, animamus. Yes, you are thinking like a writer. So yes, the Veloqui family, because they are going to be the principal characters, they're going to be all the wonderful waifus that everyone's going to be wanting to have. They are the principal characters. They need a justification for why they're a mafia family. So the Veloqui family does have one. Does Streza need a rival herself? I can't really think of a rival for her right now, because I think what would be really interesting, I think in this idea, what would be interesting is if we have a situation where in the Veloqui family taking out their rivals, Streza sees like how bloody the Veloqui family is willing to get, and that just like reminds her of like, shit, like, God, I need to talk to you. Is this really okay? Is it really okay for me to watch these people torture someone? Like, they just tortured a daughter. So one of the conflicts that I thought would be really interesting for one of the upcoming chapters that I'm going to write relatively soon, I was thinking it'd be interesting if you have the Veloqui family, 2 of the members going out for a small lunch date, you know, get the Yuri vibes going in there, and then halfway through the day it transitions to actually like we're here on business, and they go down to find that they're interrogating someone from a rival family, and they bring this guy's secret mistress out, and they start torturing her like as a family of assassins would do. And then, you know, this guy actually has a daughter. So in the process of interrogating this guy, they want to find out information about their rival boss. Once they have the information, they pretty much get rid of the 2 loose ends, and then they take the daughter and put her in their special orphanage. I think having a moment like that is perfectly dark. I think once you involve a kid, that will be a dark moment that will make everyone realize, like, what? Like, we're actually a crime family? Do these guys have any kind of code of honor? And then when Streza sees that with her real world sensibilities, that makes for a really interesting conflict. And also, now this is a little bit underhanded, but the use of torture on a civilian is going to get people riled up. And it's really going to drive in that message of these are not necessarily good people, which really helps for the conflict that Streza will have in the volume. So the first volume for me right now, I'm feeling, and I don't know, it might change as we go into this. For right now, the conflict for the volume for me is slowly but surely building up all the crimes against humanity that the Veloqui family is doing, and then we need to have Streza finding like the good sides of what the family is doing. Like, she needs to understand why there is a place for the family to do all of this, because at the end of the day, the family is going to be religious zealots. Streza is taking advantage of religious zealots, which also makes a statement about the structure of the world. So this overarching MC struggles with crime, this is going to be built throughout this is going to be the theme. Oh, oops, sorry. This conflict is going to be the central theme of the novel. So theme is going to be morality. That's going to be my overall theme. Every novel ideally should have a theme. In terms of what you want to talk about. For I got transported to a desert wasteland. The theme for that one is ultimately on the lesson of turning your back on things, because the character will ultimately be burned mostly by his habit of turning back on things. What themes do we have? Like Danmachi's theme is what does it mean to be a hero, because that's primarily where all of Belle's struggles are, especially with the courtesans and the monsters. The theme of Danmachi is the identity of a hero. Oh, hey, Joe McCann. Oh, thanks, man. That's kind. Hey, welcome to the live stream. Think about okay, so a rival can come in later when their actions are noticed more. Yes, Tibet. Tibet. Anything that elongates the story is what we're going to be going for. Is she still in contact with the god? I kind of assumed the god would have left her there and maybe start trying to build a new world. Tibet, the god, we want to limit how often the god is there. So you are definitely thinking about the right thing. Wait, hey, wait, Tibet, you're new here. Hey, welcome. I didn't realize. So the conflict with the problem with the god is because the god is an info dump, so we have to establish rules with the god immediately. Like, the god's busy, his world's falling apart. I think that's enough justification for why Streza is on her own most of the time. She has a handy dandy help manual to know how to operate the module or the computer she's on. She'll be fine. So in terms of god is around when convenient. God is there when convenient. We might do a One Piece thing where we only show the god at the beginning and at the end of volumes is there at the beginning. God is there at the beginning because God is just an info dump. He does nothing else other than characterize divinity, and I don't really need divinity at this stage in the game. We can talk more about God in later volumes. Right now, this volume is about the waifus because we need to make sure that we win this contest, and the only way to win this contest is with waifus, unfortunately. Now, the end game for the god legitimately should be to create a new world. Right now, he's just... Well, actually, you'll see the reasonings for why when I upload the other chapters if you want to read it. Hey, Hunter, what's up with... Wait, Hunter? Oh, Hunter just being nice. Sorry, Joe. Hey, Hunter, what's up with you? Would a conflict based off of the moral codes between the various families work for you? I'm so lost. I just got here, so just spitballing. Oh, Joe, yeah, just spitball, man. A conflict based off the moral codes between the various families, that is entirely what mafia families are fighting over. Mafia family code conflict. So the way the mafia families I'm thinking of working right now is to link them a lot to gods. Mafia family code conflict. And I have a pretty neat way for how I explain the god system here. So I'll leave that to you guys if you ever want to read it. It'll be on Scribble Hub. You'll be able to find it. Just look at this video. It's like by the power of waifus. Or sorry, by the power of cute girls, I will save this world. Mafia family code conflict. So if the families are following various gods, then they will have conflict if the gods have different morals. And honestly, very easy to make it so that the gods have different priorities. The Veloqui family's god is a god of assassination and clandestine affairs, and righteous justice, or dirty justice. Justice at all costs. Let's say extreme justice. So that's how you justify assassins being around. So if they come into conflict with a family that doesn't have their code, you can see that kind of conflict. Mafia family battles, I think we can safely leave it for the 120 word mark. That's effectively at that point, that's after we've sold the first book. We need to make the premise go out there. So after we've done the first book, I feel that this is like a volume 2 kind of material. This is definitely volume 2 because that'll introduce a new aspect of the world. What we want to introduce right now is the principal hero's journey. This is the most critical hero's journey. Like, this girl has to understand the dirty parts of what she's doing here, and she needs to understand God's mentality with seeing the negative parts of their world. So Mafia Family Code Conflict, I would say that's volume 2 material. We can put definitely, because you guys were saying earlier, we can definitely hint to it earlier. And that's what I'm going to do with the Slice of Life lunch chapter. We'll be hinting at conflict later. Now, I can't give you guys like the big spoilers for what I've already thought of, because I want to keep it a surprise, but we'll hint at the conflict throughout the book. Because really, hinting at conflicts will make the next book even better throughout the book. Alright, cool. We need more Chad bros in anime. Chad as in that one confident, reliable dude. We do. So already we're here. We're getting the ideas. I think we've come a long way. We have a pretty good sense of the story. We know, well, the genre was set up for us, and then you guys came up with great ideas. We have great one-off plots. In terms of making a story that lasts a long time, I think you guys have done an absolutely great job of coming up with small plot lines. A butler. A butler. Okay, Tibet. We need a butler. What do we want this butler to be, Tibet? What are you thinking for this butler? And I'm just making sure I don't miss anything here. Let's see. Do I have more? Do I have more readers? Also, guys, whenever you start posting stuff online, do not make yourself a slave to the statistics. It's just not worth it. Don't. Still 390 views. That's good. That's about how much I would get for a regular YouTube video nowadays. All right, that's not too bad. I am still surprised. I'm very curious about what we're getting tomorrow. Made because girls love. Ah, yeah, a maid. Clearly the butler is a trap. Okay, so now we're talking. We want trap butler. Very interesting, very bold, very brave. Trap butler. We could make it Veloqui family retainer, right? We could do that. Family retainer. Okay, so that's what we want to do, right? Cool. Excellent. I think that's a great idea. You also said maid, so let's put in maid for girls love. Joe, because you're here and you don't really know what we're doing. We are making a story, or we're going through the process of making a story that is intended to win a contest on a particular website. So the point of that lesson was just the ability to write on demand. That's what we're talking about here. That's what we're talking about girls love and all that. We wouldn't traditionally write these kind of stories, but we're trying to game the system. So we go made girls love. That's great. Oh. Oh, gotcha, Prower. Thank you for telling me that, Prower. 1 second. I'm just gonna do a very quick copy and paste, Hunter. So I'm gonna put it on the chat. Give me a quick second here, buddy. But I will save this world. Okay, so this is the title, and then Scribble Hub is the site. Okay, so we're now, like Skelly said it earlier. So let's just make it clear: we are now out of the essentially the hero's journey portion. You guys now have a sense of what exactly I want to get out of the story. Now comes the part of filling in the details. Like I said before. Oh yeah, no, Tiandre, we are on trend here. Like I said before, we have created a structure that will allow us to slot in whatever plot we want. We have a very free world. We can make it work. We can make whatever plot, as long as it makes sense within the already free world we have. We can make an interesting book, but we have to remember, when you're making a series of short stories, or you're making a series of Monster of the Week plots, you have to remember that you have to tie them in by theme. You better find a theme. You better figure out the theme, because that's the only way that you're going to make Monster of the Week plots work in novel form. The only other thing I can bring up to you that kind of shows this is Goblin Slayer. The Goblin Slayer light novel is a collection of short stories that are tied in by the theme of introduction into the world. Yes, that can be a theme, because that novel serves to show you the foundations of the world that every other novel after it build on. So that's, just keep that in mind. That's kind of what we're going to be. That's one of the things you have to remember for if you're doing a collection of short stories. You have to make sure you have a theme that guides it. It just gives you better odds at success. Okay, so let's go back to characters. Let's get... Do you have a childhood friend character? Oh, good. So, let's get back to characters. Streza. So, MC is a POV character. POV, audience surrogate. She learns things at the same rate that the audience does. So this is an important character, because she's going to be the one that's going to be telling us what the world's going to be like, right? So important. She has a unique gimmick. She's watching these girls live their lives. Now let's talk about the 7 Veloqui family members. Here are the character. I'm missing a few because I haven't thought them out yet. So this is where you guys can help out, and we can decide on what exactly we want. We're now in the phase of a story where we're filling in the details. So 7 Veloqui family members. We have Nadia, the boss. So she's the boss here. I'll have her in the next chapters. Her character archetype? She's the odd one out. The Veloqui family is supposed to be a family of assassins. Nadia sucks at assassination. I made it into a funny gag. I like the odd one out. The odd one out zealot. That's what we're gonna call her. Everyone else in the family is better at being an assassin. Nadia is better at beating people up. She, like, a mafia family might have the muscle, and then the boss is the guy that deals with everything in the background. No, Nadia is the muscle, and everyone else is like all her paperwork people. Although Nadia is good at accounting. Why do we do that? Because it just gives her a nice little wrinkle. After that, we have Georgia. I went for Italian names just to keep a little bit to the setting. So Georgia is the oracle for the team, and she's a cousin. She's Nadia's cousin. All right, and then after Georgia, the next character I have is Elliot. So we're missing 4 critical characters still, and Elliot is a girl. That's a girl's name. She is a sniper, and she's gonna be our first Yuri. Baby's first Yuri right there. She's gonna be she's gonna be flirtatious with the boss. Flirts with boss. Makes it suggestive. Like she's gonna be the one that's gonna be justifying that Yuri tag that we have in here, or in the girls love tag. So she's a whole character based around it, but she's also a sniper. She's gonna have her critical character establishing moment to justify her as a good character. One thing we want to do, we don't want flat characters. I hate flat characters. That's personal style. That's personal desire. That might ruin our profitability already. Someone thinks we're at 3. I'm not very happy about that. But let me just go make myself feel a little bit better about this contest. Looking at these stories already, like the top story is a 3.6. So if this top story is a 3.6, I think that does say that trash gets pretty far here. And again, not trash, but smut. Like, we don't have to worry too much about the quality here. We might be able to get through. At the very least, I'm pretty sure I can write this quickly if we have to. I hope Scribble Hub doesn't find out about this. If they find out, good. It was a good attempt. Actually, no, this is the same as crowdsourcing stuff from your commenters. It'll be fine. Can anyone enter? Thanks. It'll be my first time reading Girls Love, so I'm a little nervous about it. Hunter, it's my first time writing it. I don't watch it enough. It'll be fine. When did the child end up having to be a transmigrator? Yeah, if it's Streza's childhood friend. So here's one of the girls that actually trap. Okay, we're still using trap. Okay. That might generate some interest. Is the MC the most powerful in the family? Right. We gotta remember the MC is outside of the family. MC is not in the family. MC is a cosmic entity. Let's remember that. Audience circuit, cosmic entity. Let's recall that. Streza is only ever watching people from afar, much like a video game player does. Eventually, I think maybe giving Streza the opportunity to make her own avatar would be good, but that'll come after like being a reward. I think it'll be nice that if you have a situation that Streza wants to be involved with the characters, but she can't because they are currently lacking the power to make an avatar for herself. I think that'd be a nice reward after you get rid of a certain amount of transmigrators. So we're going to put her in there as a cosmic entity right now, but I do want to involve her more carefully in the story so that viewers that like Streza can get that satisfaction of seeing her interact with the other characters legitimately. Yeah, Tibet, you got it. Okay, so Tiandre also wants to do if the MC friend transmigrates and that good transmigrator is her friend, and she has to watch her and hope her friend isn't killed off. Does she communicate through the oracle initially? Yeah, actually, Tibet, I have a whole gag written for that sequence. It's already been written. Yeah, she said so. The way it works is that she can, as long as the people believe in God and give themselves over to God, she can interact with them. Because the big thing here is we had to limit her power somehow, and the way I limited it was by using the free will system, by borrowing it from the mysticism occult system. So free will protects people's information. So unless they give you give you permission to their information, you can't access their information, kind of thing. And in that regard, the oracle, she gave permission to receive information from God, essentially, because she believes in whatever God Streza is using. So that's how we do the initial thing. For the first oracle, she literally gets a scene of the person that she's supposed to go, or the person that the Veloki family is supposed to get rid of. She gets it pounded into her scene like a vision trip kind of thing. And it works. At that point, I should also tell you what I was thinking of doing for the characters. to gamify it a little bit from Strezza's perspective is that they have traits. So the Oracle trait is within Georgia. Georgia has the Oracle trait. Other people have traits that make them more predisposed to divine influence or something else like that. Really, the hardest thing here is going to be justifying why Strezza can't do more. I think I'm doing a good job of it, but it's going to be the trickiest part. Everything is going to hinge on whether or not people can suspend disbelief and believe that Strezza has to play by certain rules. I think I've done a good job justifying it, but we'll see what the audience says. Definitely, like I said again, going in with such a hard spiritual thing did make this a little bit, did compromise a little bit on our profitability. Okay, so Joe wants Nadia to be the first character to lose faith and have it be a crisis of leadership. Okay, so that's actually very interesting to say Nadia does that because she's the zealot. So let's write that down. Possible dark turn. A lot of things will have to go wrong here because possible. Oh, sorry, this doesn't pick up at third turn point. So possible turn. So for that to happen, that seems like that's like a fifth volume thing. Honestly, that's a ways away because Strezza is gonna be trying to justify. Like Strezza, if these people are doing what she wants them to do, like you gotta think about it. If you were in her position, you'd be giving those people gifts. So Strezza is gonna be trying to keep these people under control. We can make a gag out of it though to justify how that goes down. But Joe's suggestion has been taken into account. Anything to get me to beyond 90,000 words, right? That's what we are aiming for. Okay. What does Frankenstein type mean? Who said that? Did I miss something? Oh, did I say Frank? Oh, will Elliot be a Frankenstein type sniper? I have an image for Elliot already. Because Elliot got like okay, so I went to Waifu Labs. Waifu Labs is just this auto AI generation program. It just lets you pick out. It just like lets you make free waifus. Let me just see which one I have here to show you guys. So I can just show you very quickly what Elliot might currently be. I'm thinking this is Elliot, but I'm not too sure yet. Might change that later. I haven't decided on her looks. I haven't described her yet. Takes a while. Like, oh, one thing that you guys have to also be ready for is don't be afraid of rewrites. Rewrites always happen. You want to be in a position where you are willing to say that your work is not that great after 5 months. You always have to be in a position that you're willing to say that your work could have been better, because chances are, because people are always growing and learning, 3 months from now, you're going to look back and you'll be like, you know, I could have done this better. But you need to be ready to let go of your work, because otherwise, if you're not able to let go of your work, you're going to keep working on it and you're never going to release anything. Which at that point, it's just pretty much like, why even write? If you're not going to release anything, it's just a bit of a waste of time unless it's like super therapeutic for you. Unless you're getting some kind of value out of it. Like I said, waste of time. Let me see. Can I not paste it here? There's no image data. Okay. 1 second, guys. I just want to see if I can get this thing going. Just because there's a lot. Working with a tablet is legitimately a little bit difficult. Okay. So, hope that I didn't break my settings. Let me see. Is the thing still working? Yeah, you guys can still see. Great. All right. Okay, so this would have been what Elliot looks like for now. So this would have been Elliot. Honestly, at first I was thinking Elliot would be more of more tomboyish, but you know, we're going by we have no ideas. I'm creatively tapped out. I'm just gonna generate a random waifu on Waifu Labs, and I'm just gonna put it in the story and be like, all right, this is what the AI god says my next character is gonna be. This is Elliot. So that's Elliot. I don't really mind. I think I would have liked her to be blonde, but you know what? If I'm already rolling dice for these people's fates, I might as well roll the dice on their creation process. I think if I manage to pull this off with these characters, I think that will also be pretty funny. So Elliot is our first sniper. Now, someone said something about tanks. Writing is rewriting. Yeah, pretty much. You might have missed comments. Yeah, basically anything range from man created Android with. Okay, I honestly wrote for fun and a school assignment for my past. I never really thought about it much. She kind of bad. She kind of bad though. Is that Frost? Do we have a heterochromiac? I think I have one generated in the waifu lab bunch. And yeah, okay, I got the comments now. I think. So let's look at this. All right, so we want. Someone said something about a tank. Do we want a tank? Okay, and we want someone with different colored eyes. So let's say we have a tank character. I don't know what this person's name is going to be yet. Maybe I might have to think about it a little bit. A tank character. So you know what? I'm thinking if we want a tank character, what if she comes in with like she's the heavy. She's got like she's strapped with guns. Lots of guns. Strapped bazookas. I think, and you know what? Does she need a big chest? No, she doesn't need a big chest. We can just keep her flat chested. So a tank character. I think having the heavy. I think Hunter. Was that you? Oh yeah, Hunter. So the heart. We could also put her the heart. She's the heart of the group. We can flesh that out a little bit more. But that's 4 characters. We still need 3 more for the main family members. Athletic tall girl, like a rock climber. Okay, so we want a climber. At that point, if we have a climber, let's make her the tomboy. Let's get Skelly to give his approval here. Let's make her the tomboy. This girl is active, muscular. We got to get the muscles in. That might be hard with Biofuel Labs. We'll put muscular in there as a possibility. Put that in as possibility. So that's really what the climber represents. She's a tomboy. Oh wow, optimistically cynical. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. Just say it died of old age. Introduced when she returned from an outing. Yeah. 6-pack, definitely. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 characters. We need 2 more. I'll let you guys. Oh, childhood friend, Master Gray. Thank you. We need a childhood friend. We'll give a childhood friend to childhood friend. We'll give her to Nadia. Actually, who? Undetermined. Let's put undetermined. It's going to be a little bit interesting to try and figure that out. We might be able to do it with a vassal family if we say, because the Veloqui family, they're a big deal, right? We can say that they have a vassal family, most likely. They're a mafia family. They have supporter families. Katekyo Hitman Reborn told me that supporter families are a thing. So it's clearly in the anime lexicon. We're going to say undetermined vassal family. Maybe it's Nadia. Maybe it is Nadia's childhood friend, though. Oh, you think Elliot could be the childhood friend? Because you both said it. You guys are really fixated on this whole trap thing. The thing is, Streza picked the Veloqui family because they were all girls for the first 7. She looks like it. Okay. We'll put that in there. So does that mean that we take out the childhood friend that we have at the bottom? Do we remove... If we're saying that Elliot is the childhood friend, which makes sense. Elliot could definitely play the role of a childhood friend. If we take out Elliot, then what other roles do we have? Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm also dealing with delay on my side. Okay, so if we're saying that Elliot is the childhood friend character, that's really interesting. That is legitimately very interesting, and that does legitimately work, but it's also very interesting how the flirter is the one that turns into the childhood friend. 900-year-old vampire loli. Biological existentialist Streza. She is a tank and heart of the group. Her name could be Sophia. Okay, so we'll put Sophia there for a little bit. That is a very Italian name. Got it, Prower. So, I don't see the point of having an androgynous character here. But that's my personal taste. Do I compromise? It's because Streza knows that they're all girls. So it'd be someone dressed like a boy who's actually like it's not even that it's not that big of a deal to be dressed up in a suit. Like every one of these girls is essentially dressed up in a suit when they're walking around. And the tomboy's probably just gonna have short hair anyway. It's not really traps. That'll have to be other characters. I don't feel too comfortable. I'd never liked the trope, so that's why I'm gonna stay away from it. 900-year-old old lady. We could do that one. 900, not actually 900-year-old, but 900-year-old loli. Just for the idea of it. So it just pretty much looks like a child, but isn't. That could actually be a pretty cool mystery hook with Streza knowing her true identity. Might as well say that she's a vampire. That'd be very cool, actually. That'd be very cool because then that adds something that only the reader knows that no one else in the main group knows. That's really cool. That'd be a cool idea. So we have Nadia, who's the odd one out. We have Georgia, who is just an oracle. She's quiet. She's quiet. What else do we got? We have Elliot, who is pretty much carrying the whole plot for us right now. We have Sophia, who hasn't been introduced. We have the climber. We have the 900-year-old loli, girl who looks like a dude. I definitely do not want to do any reversing of anything. Oh yeah, the butler. Yeah, the butler. Yeah, we'll keep that kind of shenanigans for the minor characters. The 7 main characters should be relatively straightforward. We just need one more character. Like we just need like the 7th. We just need the 6th. Oh, sorry, the 7th ranger. We have a loli. We have a climb. We have a tomboy. We have the heart. The Onesan trainer. Oh, the Onesan. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. She could be like the advisor that Nadia inherited from her mother because her mother's worried about her. Her mother's like, shit, Nadia, get your shit together. Learn how to kill people silently. Don't announce yourself when you walk into the room. Don't announce yourself to the target. This is why you have Elliot doing everything for you. Advisor, trainer. This is a good idea. Do we have a motherly character? The tank could do that. But now we can also talk about the supporting characters. Nadia's mother is a motherly character. So support. So Nadia's mother could be motherly. Motherly. So we have her written down now. That's what she could possibly do. We need the MILF. Yeah, the MILF needs to be like, that definitely needs to be the untouchable fruit, right? Like there needs to be, okay, so this one needs to be suggestive. She needs to be super suggestive. It's going to be kind of hard because of the zealotry, but we'll have to see if we can make zealotry hot. I think we can. For the audience of Scribble Hub, I think we can make zealotry hot. Oh, Master Grade, there's dudes. Streza just didn't like playing with, like, Streza likes cute girls. I modeled her off one of my friends, and my friend loves dressing up girls in video games. And that's one line that I had on Streza. Streza just likes pretty girls. She's just a fangirl in general. She'll probably like, she probably likes, Bishonen boys. Zealotry is hot. Alright, cool. Yeah, nice gal. Advisor, trainer. You know what? Let's make One-san a sub towards vampire. Because then we can have Negima vibes. Sub towards vampire. I think that would also be an interesting little... I think that would be an interesting gimmick. Sub characters are getting more traction in anime trends right now. And I think having the loli be the dominant in that relationship would be really interesting. Although it would definitely, like, Streza would see that and she'd be like, I ship it, right? Like, Streza is a fangirl. She'd ship it hard. It'd also be really interesting to have that that contrast between this really dependable character being manipulated or being having her intimate moments with the vampire. And it wouldn't be like actual intimate moments, just be like suggestive moments. Actually, yeah, no, that'll be okay. That'll be like regular anime tropes. So that'll be legal on the site, and that'll also get everyone bothered because that's how people usually get with lolis, unfortunately. But hey, we're trying to get money, so we don't care about the moral implications of what we're doing. I guess I'm also morally bankrupt. Oh, well, whatever. Then make a harem guy that is her villain. If the butler is our reverse trap. Oh, so you want a harem guy? Well, that could be any of the mafia families. Any mafia family with a significant amount, with a guy in power could have a harem. Hunter, why are you emphasizing that fact? Yeah, pretty much, Joe. Why, like, Hunter, at the rate that you're really fixated on this Sophia thing. At this rate, I feel a little bit uncomfortable naming her Sophia. We might have to switch this around. Harem versus harem. I mean, like, that'll be pretty cool, Master Gray. Like, I do think I had an idea for that later, because I do want to have strategic fights. I do want to have like really wonderful set pieces when it comes to the combat. I want to have fleshed out combat. So having family versus family fights will be good for later. Oh, no worry, Hunter. I just want to understand, why are you pushing for it so much? This is an open discussion, Hunter. Anyway, let's see what we got here. Guys, we need to download him. No, Zen. Does the 900 get weirded out by Streza's interference? Well, that's a good question. So she's not actually gonna be in. We'll have to figure out what time span actually makes sense for the setting. But okay, character details. So we're now looking at character details. I didn't mean to. Then it's just the name keeps sounding in my head. Okay, cool. No, Hunter. I just wanted to know if you had some kind of if this was a character that you had before or something like that. I just want to make sure I don't plagiarize too much of your idea, Hunter. That's all it is. Character details. So, does the lowly have an indication? So in this case, we are looking at a point of making this like Negima, like really, with having the lowly be an antagonistic force early. Does the lowly have indications? Well, the lowly actually would not have indications to Streza, but she would have maybe eyebrows in regards to the god that Streza is acting through. Like I think at most there'd be an eye raised at the family's god. But this lowly has also been around for so long. If she is there and she is worshipping a god enough to be part of the main seven, that does say something about her character already. We'll have to see if we can definitely make that a little bit more twisted. Is this only guns or are there swords? Oh, Master Gray. There's guns. There's magical guns. I can balance out a world with sword and magic and guns. We have a sniper. She needs to have guns. This is also the mafia. The mafia has to have guns. They need to have gun, or they have magic powder. Like, they'll propel all their stuff with magic. It'll be fine. I think that'll work. So, that is a good point here. Hunter saying, "Oh, Hunter's too much of a kind soul." Yeah, Hunter, you are creating something for the otaku community, that's for sure, especially on Scribble Hub. No disrespect to them, they know what they like. Elizabeth is a very common name. Yeah, that's a very old name too. So it's gonna be like Ruby. I don't know. I've never watched Ruby. Most eye raised at the family's sudden influx. Like from the perspective of the vampire, she's like never had attention on her before from the god, so she would be very skeptical. Well, she'd be confused as to what changed. So she might be the one who like really tries to figure out what's changed. Most inquisitive, maybe. Most inquisitive. So we're saying Liz for the for our girl here. So Liz. All right. That looks good. We're gonna call her Elizabeth most of the time. Do you have any characters that are like spies and disguise themselves? Implying this is good. Remember, guys. Remember, when we're going after profit, we are not going after quality. We are going after a certain level of quality, and then beyond that, there's diminishing return for what we're trying to do. Yeah, no, I think that'd be all right. I think that'd be all right. Like the guns in my mind, I was gonna use Outlaw Star guns. They just have like magic bullets. I don't think I'm gonna delve too deep into the guns such that we can leave it like relatively open. Like maybe if a gun becomes a plot point at some point, maybe we can detail it a little bit more. But otherwise, no, not really. Infiltrators. The Veloqui family has a bunch of subordinate families, so they'd probably have all their spies and that kind of thing. Anyway, the point is, we've gotten our main Veloqui family members, which is really the thing I really wanted. So this will actually give us quite a lot of content. We can spend 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 3 chapters on each character, introduce them, make it cool. Heck, we can maybe hold off one of the characters and like hype her up to be like this big deal, and then only reveal her at the end, kind of thing. Some other groups do that. That'd be fine. Anyway, guys, it is getting late. It is like 11 at my time. So I want to move away from this topic and just overall talk about what are we ultimately doing here? What did we ultimately learn? Also, there's means there's magic in the world. Oh yeah, Denise, I only do magic. I only ever do magic. Do we just have a preferred method? Does this method reflect in their characters at all? That is a good question. Elliot's a sniper. They all have to be better at clandestine approaches, so we might have to change Sophia as well a little bit, because she has bazookas. We might have to change that. Might have to make that a little bit more interesting. I think so. I think I'll think about that. Come up with if I may, make a shotgun and tank carrier arsenal. I just like shotguns. Okay, Hunter. I'll put that in there. We'll have to think about how to like integrate her properly. How tech heavy is this? Magic can we need to make the plot work, so limited technology. They have limited communication technology. They don't have cell phones. That'd be like, that's the only thing I've really thought about so far. That's what I'm thinking. So the reason we gotta be careful with technology is because if we give them too many means of communication, too many plot points are invalidated, and then that takes too much thinking, and we don't really want to think for this. We want to just write what we think sounds good and post it on the internet. That's all we really want to do here. Okay, so we talked about this process in general. We're now talking about we were now talking about character details, but let's just take it back to the beginning here. At the end of the day, what you ultimately got here as we were doing all of this was just the process of writing. I don't think we should have guns. They should have magic bows. Okay. I've already written the guns in. I guess I could rewrite. But no, I'm okay with the guns. I don't think the guns are going to make too much of a difference. Because for me, I usually make magic powerful. So, like, if someone has a gun, another person has a magic that can launch a piece of rock at Mach 3. And that's essentially the same as a gun, right? So that's why I don't really mind. What about travel? Is it dangerous? Are there shortcuts? Yeah. Shortcuts, just to make it easier. You can travel between the main floors through a teleporter that's at the hub town, and then just travel across teleporters. I figured just do D&D system on that one just to make it easy, so we didn't have to waste too much time world building. is there a device that tells someone that someone could be a transmigrator? No, there's no device that does that because that'll invalidate the plot. That's why we have to be careful with the technology we do let into the world. Anyway, what we ultimately did here was we went through a process of making something for a easily pleased market. Now, this was the process of making a story when you have no ideas, but obviously, if you have ideas, you're going to go through a different process. Like as Skelly is saying, this is not great. This is only, we're aiming specifically for a trend. But as Skelly and Prower are pointing out in terms of the relative quality here, this is one thing that you very quickly have to acknowledge when you are writing in any particular genre. And this is kind of, we're wrapping up here. But every genre has, yeah, I think Matthew's, I think I'd be okay with 1920s, 30-ish. But every genre has a set of things that the readers within that genre are willing to, they're willing to make peace with, they're willing to ignore. Like for the romance readers, they're okay. The vast majority that buy the books, in other words, the vast majority that matters, they're okay with reading the same plot with just new wrinkles to it, right? They're okay reading the same romance beats. They're okay with reading whatever is a weakness. And on the anime side, isekai readers don't care. They are okay with the general weaknesses of isekai. They just want a power fantasy. At the end of the day, what you have to be looking at is what the audience wants when you're looking at the profitability. You want to look at what the audience wants, what the audience is willing to accept, and how much you want to kill your soul. Because when you're writing for profit, a good part of it is killing your soul. I didn't cover this earlier, but in the... And when I say killing your soul, I mean like if you already have a personal idea, like it all just comes down to how much you're willing to sacrifice to get something that sells. Let me just make sure that you guys can see this here. So like when just going back to the original motives for why you're writing, you're looking at this stuff here, and ultimately, especially when it comes to financial, of these three motivations, social and personal require much more quality in the story. Because social and personal, you're trying to, like for social, you're trying to get the validation. You're trying to say like, hey guys, this is actually a really good story. That's what you're trying to get your readers to do. You require more quality and I say this with an asterisk because applying narrative structures requires some degree of skill, but those two would require a little bit more quality in writing than financial. Like all three require a baseline quality, right? Financial can stay at that baseline quality. For social and personal profit, you might have to go a bit further, and that requires more time. For financial, you could very quickly become one of the people that's making $500,000 a year just regurgitating the same plot structure. Is it going to be the greatest thing in the world? Maybe not. But for your audience and for your market, it probably is going to be the greatest thing in the world because you're making a lot of money on it. At the end of the day, when it comes to the financial people, or the people that want to make money off of writing, you have to realize that people who are willing to spend money are not the same people who want a high quality story. There is a little bit of overlap, but that is a significantly different market. These people have most likely been, if they're spending money on stories, they've already been in the game for a very long time. They've read the stories. They know what they like in a story. They know what they're looking for. And because there is such a wide saturation of stories thanks to the digital age, they're going to be very picky with the kind of structures that they come into and the kind of structures that they want. What this also ultimately also means for you is that when you go about creating the stories, you want to make sure that you are speaking in a language that the average consumer understands. And the language that the average consumer understands is a language that was trained into them by everyone that came before you in that particular genre. To try and fight against the very method by which a story is expressed is not going to help you in the long run. The only time that you should be trying to tell a story with your own unique words, devoid of any influence from any books you read, is when you've already trained your audience to know what to expect from your story. At that point, your audience is with you, right? They've already spent money into you. They already have sunk cost fallacy applying onto their minds. They're going to be much more willing to forgive you. And that's when you get experimental with your things. You get experimental when you have goodwill built up in your work. Because otherwise, if you go experimental on your first or second volume, people are going to be like, this was trash. Or you might get really lucky. Again, asterisk, you can always get really lucky. But chances are they're going to tell you this is trash, we don't want it, you're going to make no money, and then you can't continue writing. That's how this usually works out for people trying to write. And it is legitimately unfortunate. This is a thing that you'll see very often if you get into writing circles. People will very often talk about how like they tried so hard on this particular work and then they just made this random thing one weekend and they put it up and they made way more money than they made on the first work that they put in a lot of effort into. It's just ultimately it pays to be to communicate by the same language that other people have established, and in this case it all comes back to following story structures and all that kind of stuff. Sending your corporation is right, John should take this advice. Okay, now I do want to just say again, my personal style when I'm doing my own stories and not doing for contest or doing for when I'm not playing to the market, my own personal style, again, it comes back to is this the slide? No, not that one. Where are you? Where are you? I know I wrote you down somewhere. Did I erase you? No, that's not it. 1 second, guys. It just takes a while to find the slides. This is that. Nope, that's not it either. Is it slide 3? Yeah, no, I lost it. Oh well. Well, my personal style was creating. I go into the shower, I go into a nice quiet place. I don't think about my story. Then I have this cool, awesome idea. Maybe I have some music playing in the background. And then I build off from that idea and I make different things. I use the hero story to fill out the general structure bits. So for my debut novel, I used the hero story just to figure out, where did I put it? Oh, it must be this one. I used the hero's story structure or the hero's journey structure to understand how I should pace a novel out or understand what kind of beats you need to get in there. So to that, I really like to travel. It's a good time for ambushes, falling outs, and seeing the state of the world. It can also provide respite from high intensity action. Yeah, Tibet. That's a really good way of spacing out things. There's a lot of different tools you can use to space out the big moments between your stories. I like having characters talk a lot. I love character interaction. That's where I go to. But yeah, Skelly. You're the guy that asked for this. Do you feel overly satisfied about this whole process? Is there anything you would like talked about? Guys, I'm asking Skelly because Skelly is pretty much the sponsor of this writing podcast. Now, mind you, I still am not fully tested. I still need to release more books. Oh, great, Skelly. I still want to release more books. I have a lot more things that I'm learning. I'm working with an editor. I'm learning about the process. She's teaching me about some things that I have to do when it comes to marketing. In a few months, I'll have an idea about. I'll have a good idea about Amazon marketing. So in a few months, we can come back and we can talk about how it works to market on Amazon. What do you need to do to make good money on it? Is it worthwhile to take an editor? One of you mentioned that you have bad grammar earlier. And yeah, Tiandre, I'm pretty sure like book selling is a business where the more money you spend, the more return you get. So when we go into that kind of stuff, we'll talk about is grammar and punctuation super important? Yes, it is. You don't ever want to sell a book with grammar mistakes or too many grammar mistakes. That's a recipe for disaster. No one's going to take you seriously. Everyone's going to blacklist you. Your reviews are going to suck. You don't want to be in that situation. And I know it sucks because a lot of us, we speak in dialect. I know my Caribbean dialect ruins me all the time on top of English as a second language. And that's why I have an editor. Skelly, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Prower, did you enjoy this? And I'm sure like the other guys enjoyed, like Black Fox, Master Gray, Hunter. I can tell you guys enjoyed it. Is there any last things that I want to tell you in terms of the creation of a story concept? No, just like the big tips are just, if you're doing this yourself, you have to be self-motivated. You have to put yourself in a position where you can pour out more information, pour out more stories, because the online market, when you're doing like Scribble Hub or Royal Road, they reward high levels of content. Like at a good, especially like the writer room for. Oh, that was great. That was I like that scale. Um, they reward high levels of content, and you might notice that I'm telling you what exactly these websites enjoy. That's also part of the market research process. The reality is when you're looking at the different websites, if they have a forum, you can always guarantee that there's going to be someone complaining that they're failing, and those are the most valuable people. I think going all in on the writer's room part would be interesting. Okay, so Skelly wants to go all in on the writer room part. Okay, sure, yeah, Skelly. I can create another story and we can like go through it. We can call it the United story, and we can make something. We can do that another day. All right. Yeah, no, we can definitely do that another day. Not right now because my throat is legitimately dead. We can do that another day, and we can make a whole plot and make something cool. But yeah, going back to it. When it comes to so this is just, I'm going to give you just very quickly advice for your mental health. And yeah, Scale. This is very quickly. I'm going to answer your question. How do you motivate yourself to write? So this is mental health. Mental health tips. This is just to help you out. And this is advice also coming from a YouTuber. Mental health tips, right? Here's some of the first stuff. Don't stress about your statistics. Don't stress over statistics. Don't stress about how many people you're getting. It's not worth it. Don't look at your statistics every 5 hours. It's not worth it. I want to do it really hardcore. I want to know what people are saying. Don't look at your comments. Don't bother looking at your comments until you are in a stable place. Don't look at comments. And this is an asterisk because you have to look at the comments at some point. It depends on what you're compromising. If you're on Amazon, you want to look at the reviews because they're going to be the ones ruining your sales. You want to look at those kind of things. But if you have a general level of quality, yeah, if you have a general level of quality that's good enough, you don't want to look at the comments not too often. Just look at your ratings, because if the ratings go south, you'll know something is wrong and you can just take that time. The problem with the comments is it's very likely you're going to get a lot of silent lovers of your story. It's very likely as well that one of the first comments you're going to get is someone saying that your story isn't that great. That's just how that works. Negativity usually comes out, and unfortunately for a lot of people, negativity wins out in the long run, in terms of what it does to your mind and impression it. So don't look at comments. Be very careful looking at comments. This will ruin you very early on if you take it and you're not gaining steam. Especially be careful with your comments if you know you have a story that doesn't work in the marketplace or in the hub that you've picked to write on. It's just better. Just look at your comments after you already built a nice repertoire. You feel comfortable. You have a lot of nice ratings. This is going to help you in a long time. Know why you're writing, because this also helps with the issue of the above. Know why you're writing. What this is just people are going to say like, hey, like, I don't really like the story. Like it sucks. You're a bad writer. I think you could have done this better. And this is, again, bad comments, but what you ultimately need to be able to say here is like, well, I get it. I get where you're coming from, but I'm not writing for you. Like, I'm writing for a bigger audience, and I have about 50 logs of people loving this story. So there's this one person, there's 50 people. I'm aiming for the vast majority of people. I don't really care about you per se. Or you could say like, well, I have a Patreon. I have 500 people paying me money on Patreon to produce this. They're the ones that I should be listening to because they're paying me the money. And this is for if you have financial things. This is easier ways to defend your mentality against being discouraged. That's ultimately what these things are. This is to prevent you from being discouraged. Another thing that you want to do, I'm going to really, really write this down. Don't bitch about your failures. Please don't do this. And I'm sorry I'm using that language, but this is important. Do not make the assumption that people are going to care that you're failing. And when I say by that, Do not make the assumption that you can go onto a forum and say like, oh guys, man, like how do you do it? I just procrastinate way too much. Listen, if you're in a position where you're telling yourself that you procrastinate way too much, what random people tell you on the internet, especially when it's positive messages, is not going to help you in the long run. Especially not if you're a repeat offender. Now, mind you, again, this one, there's a lot of nuance to the situation, because if you have a bad day, everyone has a bad day. Maybe you need to hear someone tell you like, hey, it's going to be all right. That's great. That's totally great. But I want you to go into this with the perspective that you're not going to bitch and moan, because that will save you time in the long run. You have to come into this with the assumption that no one cares about how well you're doing. And this is more true for Amazon, because Amazon, technically, you're competing for people's money. Come into it with the assumption that no one cares. Come into it with the assumption that no one cares, that you're going to be saying like, hey, I'm procrastinating. I haven't been able to write anything in 50 days. Look, it's no one's... Look, if you don't have discipline, that's something that only you are going to be able to fix. So one of the best things you can do is to not make it worse by going online and asking for sympathy, because that's pretty much what you're doing if you are in that particular mindset. Like when I go into these forums, I see the same people over and over and over. They're talking about their problems. They're talking about why they can't succeed. They're making their whole identity about it. Think about how sad it is that you're making procrastination your identity. You don't want to be in that position. At the best, you want to be in a position where you can say like, shit, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do anything today. I don't know if this is going to get better for me. What am I going to do? You don't want to put yourself in the position of a victim. You want to put yourself in the position that you're always going to be trying to do better. And in that regard, again, don't feed the fire. Don't feed whatever small voice in the back of your head is saying that you suck. Because chances are it's going to be saying that you suck. Now, mind you, sometimes you'll break and you'll go online and you'll ask for advice. You'll look at what other people have said before. I think it's probably better for you to just read what other people have said before, because other people have gone through the same problem you have gone through. And I say you like rhetorically. Ultimately, what you want to be in a position is you want to limit how much you're complaining about your own deficiencies. At least make it like don't do it like once a week. Like, come on, man. Like, no one wants to hear you talk about this once a week, man. Like that's weak. Limit it to at least like once a month at the very least. If you're going to be doing it because that's your own particular kind of stress relief, limit it. Because in the 5 hours that you spend trying to get validation, I spent those 5 hours writing 5,000 words. I'm 5,000 words ahead of you. That sucks. Now, other things that you can do, like Master Gray asked, how do you keep writing? Now, this is really tough because I recently came out of a pretty aggressive bit of writer's block. What I ultimately did was, let me just make sure, because I want to make sure I got Master Gray's question. I think Master Gray said how I keep writing. That writer's block was really aggressive, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. And it was just something I had to deal with. I had my friend always telling me like she wanted to keep reading more of the book, and that made me feel really bad. It really made me feel really lesser, because it's like I've been working on the book for a year. And, you know, one day I made time for it. The easiest thing you can do when you are struggling with writing is to write 100 words at a time. So mental health tips, don't feel bad about writing 100 words. 100 words is quite a lot. So this is something that I did at the worst period when I had the first round of about writing 100 words. I would spend 1 hour before I went to bed every night trying to write 1,000 words. It's not my best work. It's the shittiest work I've ever done. But you know what? I'm 1,000 words ahead. I got ideas onto the page, and that helped in the long run. Yeah, I had to come back and rewrite a lot of it, but that's okay. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with rewriting. Skelly said it. Writing is rewriting. So in terms of mental health tips, don't feel bad about any little thing you can do. If you can do 50 words and you're having a procrastination bout, 50 words is great. By 1 month, you'll have 1,500 words. That's almost, well, actually, that's a full chapter that you can upload without guilt onto Scribble Hub or something like that. 1,500 words is nothing to laugh about. So don't feel bad about it. other people can't other people can't even be bothered to write their story because they don't know what they're doing. Um, so already you're doing better. This is for the competitive people. If you're competitive, you might need to motivate yourself like that. Let's see other little things here. Don't stress over statistics. Mental health tips. Don't fret. Don't feel bad about. Don't feel bad about writing 100 words. Any other things that help you in the long run with the mentality? Oh yeah, be ready for your work to suck. This is just good. Like I recently looked back at my work and it's like this is shit. This is pretty shit. I can't believe I wrote this. I can't believe the same person wrote this. But it's like that's the growing process. You have to be ready to suck. You have to be ready to see your to see the weaknesses in your writing. And when you have the mentality of knowing, hey, I'm not great right now. I know this is going to be different in 3 months' time, but I have to write today. I have to make this thing a reality. But you go forward knowing, you go forward expecting that you're going to be so much better that you can actually come back and say, yeah, not my best work. Because, laugh at yourself. It's a lot better in the long run. Now, in terms of general tips, and we're going to end it here with general tips. I've written 240,000 words. I got 3 novels. Or 3 novel lengths ready to release. I have my entire plans. So how do we go about writing 120,000 words? Make time management. Time management. It could be as easy as saying that you're going to write 100 words every day. 100 words every day in a month. That's what? Add 2 extra zeros to that. 10,000? Oh, no. 30,000. 30,000? No, 3,000. It's 3,000. Sorry, I'm trying to think about my metrics. So time management, 3,000 words, nothing to laugh at. That's more impressive than most other people. That's the size of a short story. You can send that to a magazine if you can find a magazine. So time management, pretty good. You need also writer's block management. And also, you guys are still here, right? I see that no one's talking, so I hope you guys are still here. Okay, yeah, no, I'm still streaming it, I think. God, am I still streaming? Oh yeah, I am. All right. So general strategy you want to do, time management. Let's see what else helps me. I was saying something, but I got. Oh, thank you, Animamus. Thank you, Master Gray. Oh, don't get hanged up. So this is don't get hung up on. Don't get hung up on sequence. So you could tell it earlier. I do things out of sequence. Do not get hung up on sequence. Some people need to go from beginning to end. Sometimes, it's not going to work. One thing that I really hate doing, I hate doing the transitions between my big scenes. I absolutely hate it. I also hate writing beginnings. For one of my books, I left the beginning till the end. I didn't want to touch the beginning. I hate the beginning. I still hate the beginning. I don't like beginnings. Don't like it. Don't be afraid to go out of sequence, because if you go out of sequence, you might find that opportunity to think about, how do I get to this really awesome scene? Because I have this awesome scene, but I can't write it because I don't have my beginning. That's pretty stupid. You have a great scene, write it, figure out how you're going to get there. That's a great way to, sometimes you just need to approach a problem from a different perspective. General tips on writing 240,000 words. Oh, Prowess of Zombie. When all else fails, read. Now, this is one of the most fundamental advices that people are going to give you. They're always going to tell you, like, read what you want to emulate. People say read, and the person immediately will say, but I don't want to read. I don't want to spend time reading. That's stupid. You're sabotaging yourself. I understand if you don't have time to read, but reading a light novel takes 2 hours. We're anime fans. We probably want to write light novels. It takes 2 hours. Read a light novel. Be done with it. Note whatever you thought was cool. Just do it. Reading is just going to be the most valuable thing. Reading is part of market research. If you want to be legit about this, you have to be ready to read. You have to be ready to read your competitors. I don't like doing it. I went and I did some research. I still don't like doing it. I think it's a waste of my time. But I need to know what they're doing, because the one guy had like over 10,000 sales. I want 10,000 sales. Like, I want money, right? I want to be able to keep doing this. So that's why I went about and did it. This can be very hard, though. It's always very hard to have to look at other people's success when you're building up your own. but that's the thing. If you don't want to read too much, I think another thing that you could legitimately do is do the write a book method. Take The Great Gatsby, put it out, and read. Zenith, does reading subtitles from a show help a bit? Zenith, what's gonna end up, well, no, reading the subtitles doesn't help you. Reading a show is gonna give you, if you're paying attention to the show and you're paying attention to the dramatic beats, it's going to give you a sense for how things unravel. For instance, if you're watching crime procedurals, you'll have a better sense if you want to write a crime book. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different as it needs. You will have a sense for dramatic timing. If you watch anime, if you watch light novel adaptations, you're definitely gonna have a sense for dramatic timing because Kadokawa is one of the main publishers of light novels, and they use hero's journey structure almost exclusively. It's actually really interesting. Kadokawa's publications are at a level where you see it. There was one example in Shield Hero. Shield Hero had the armor merchant give Naofumi some new gear, right? He explained this new gear, and I'm just thinking, oh, you're explaining this new gear because it's going to be important in this very same book. And then at the end of the book, what do you find out? There was a critical situation that was only solvable by that gear that you had earlier in the light novel. So Kadokawa uses the callback structure a lot. They set things up in the book that they're going to answer within the confines of the book. That structure, when you see it in anime, that can help you get an idea of a structure that you can add into your own stories. Oh, don't worry, Trip. You looking down, smiling from a tower of cash. Oh, if only. Nah, man, all that money's going to my family. I'll be fine to just be able to survive. I don't really mind. But yeah, Zenith, watching anime can help you, but you need to guide that. You need to guide that process. You need to know what exactly you're drawing out from it. You need to know how they went about structuring it. And God forbid you're watching an anime with a horrible adaptation. There is no point, though, in watching a manga adaptation if you want to learn how to write, because that's not going to help you in literature. That'll help you maybe in webtoons, but not in literature. Be very careful with manga adaptations, because manga adaptations do not follow story structures after a certain point. They go out of control. They're not good for literature. I think that's a reasonable point to make. Okay, guys. I legit read before bed, and it's done great for my imagination. That's great, Hunter. Guys, do you have any more questions? Because otherwise, we're going to end it here pretty quickly. We're going to end it in like 10 minutes. Let's say 10 minutes. We can talk casually now. The writing portion is essentially over aside from Q&A. I read manga for One Punch, Demon Slayer, Dragon Ball, and Overlord. Overlord would be your best bet, Zenith. How often do you stream? Oh, Tibet. We do general gaming streams on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, with Tuesday being the most likely to be cancelled. Yeah, we just do... Right now we're playing Genshin. We're going to be playing Pokemon. Just don't put a Log Horizon... what did Log Horizon author do, man? Oh, how was my day? It's been okay, Hunter. I'm getting around. Oh, move. You should clip the beginning and the end of the stream for a video. Yes. Oh, oh, Nicholas. Nick. After this is over, I'll put this up on public. Do you go into your stories already knowing how long you want certain parts to be? Edens, that's a great question. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, anime Miss Crown Tundra is 22nd, man. 22nd. For those unaware, people seem to know when it was mentioned. We do fan dubs. Oh, yeah, Prower. Yeah. We do fan dubs. Triple Shorts channel. You can check it out there. Prower leads that. It's just like nice, fun little things. If you like Sonic, you can go check it out. So Eden's asked a really great question here. Now, this is where animeisms... Oh, tax evasion. Oh, but I want to tax evade so hard. I too want to tax evade. I don't want to give my money to a country that doesn't respect me. It doesn't want, like, Canada doesn't want to give me citizenship. Why should I pay taxes? But I have to, but I'm poor. Okay, so let me just very quickly here. Do I know how long my stories are going to be? Okay. I have in my mind, my story structures, first off, Hero's Journey dictates my story structure. Hero's Journey dictates. Oh, oops. Hero's journey dictates. That's going to dictate the length of the journey that you're going to see in a novel. I'm going to be following the hero's journey almost exclusively because I just like the structure. It's one of my favorites. I know it'll change for future novels, but for the first and second novels, hero's journey is going to be in there somehow. Also, I know it's going to be 120k words. Why 120k? That's the standard for fantasy. Can we do a fandom of something good? Yeah. Yeah, Skell. Like Fire Emblem. I'm okay with doing Fire Emblem at some point. I always have to as I write for my players. Oh, that's cool. So I always write for 120,000 words. Now, in terms of like the overarching story, I do my things in sagas. So right now, for the one that's gonna be coming out, I got transported to a desert wasteland. I have the first volume, second volume, third volume. Fourth volume is a little bit shaky. Fifth volume. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have the first 8 volumes for my series planned out in my head in terms of the big moments. I know how long I want the first saga of my thing to be. Right now I have like 3 sagas conceptualized. So each saga is going to be a breakaway point where people can drop the series if they don't want to continue it anymore. So in that regards, I've already planned ahead. Why is it important to plan? So let's say 8 volumes ahead. I'm 8 volumes ahead in terms of my plans. Why is it important to plan ahead? Well, because I rolled the dice on whether or not my characters are going to die, I need enough time to make the character matter so that when I eventually kill the character, everyone cries. That's why I need to be ahead. And being ahead also lets me put more things into my current novels. This is one of the values of planning ahead. If you are going to be planning ahead, though, I do want you to be careful. When you're planning ahead, you have to make a situation where you're tossing like 10 balls up into the air and you're hoping to catch maybe 5, and then you have to make it in such a way that when you miss the other 5, no one notices. So that requires being pretty loose. That requires being loose with how much detail you give early on. I believe we will all have waifu one day. Yes, I believe so too. Okay, that was Eden's questions. Callbacks. Yes, callbacks. Ideally, you want to be in a situation where if you thought ahead, you could be like, oh yeah, 5 volumes ago, there was this plot detail. Oh shit, this plot detail is going to ruin the world. That is so fun. It is so fun if you can do that. The Hero Academia author does really good at this. He has a very technical writing style when it comes to callbacks. He's very good at foreshadowing. Thank you, Skel. Toga reminds me of Judas. She doesn't regret her actions but fears the consequences. Wants validation from Deku and Ochako. I always have to as I write. And Tibet seems to be like a DM. Oh, Hunter, yeah, check it out. I'm going to see if I can upload a few chapters of it because I have like 9,000 words here, but I don't know if I'll be able to upload them all tonight because I have to do. I don't know if I'll just edit. I'll just like throw it up there. Hey, Chip. One day, you think you will have your own anime show and it's super popular? Oh my gosh, Zenith, that is the dream. That is the dream. Right now, the idea for me right now, my immediate steps forward right now, are releasing the novel. Right, we're gonna do the fundraiser. Ideally, I'm gonna get Skelly to voice the promotional video for part of it, along with maybe Prower. I don't know if I have a voice role for Prower on this one particularly, but ideally we'll have a nice promotional video that just showcases the story, and then from there we will move into if it's successful. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do the Katakoba playbook. We're gonna go into maybe making a comic adaptation. There's a lot of money to be had in comics, so hopefully it'll be enough to break even. Hopefully, ideally, I want to get what I put in back out, kind of thing. You know, like I don't want to bankrupt myself. So that would be really cool if we go ahead and we do that. Oh, yeah, back away Kami. Yeah. Do you think YouTube deranked your channel in the recommend algorithm? Yes, Joe, it did. It fully did. My channel just doesn't do good metrics anymore. It totally did. This is just a thing that happens. My videos work on a 3-week time lag, and even then, it's like a 20% shot whether or not they're gonna blow up. Why? Oh, why did I get deranked? Cause I have non-popular videos. That's all it is. My videos aren't popular. Didn't this audit some and included plot points for each of the previous volume for the climax of? Oh, okay. Anyway, what was I saying? What were we talking about? We're talking about questions and answers. Anyway, yeah, no, it'd be very great if we could go into a comic adaptation after we have a successful light novel, maybe after 3 volumes. Novel, Skelly's voice, Catacora. Oh, thank you, Tibet, thank you. Novel, Skelly's voice, Catacora playbook, comic. Yeah, Catacora's playbook is when a light novel is popular, they make a comic, and then now with the era of webtoons being made into anime, this would be the best shot. God, this would be the best shot. I don't know how much people I have to bribe to get this to work, but I will definitely try and get stuff done. But right now, anime seems pretty far out. Comics seems much more doable because tons of people doing comics. There's a lot of money in comics. How do you find an drawer? Master Gray, I have some ideas on who I'm going to be asking to draw it, but there's places to go. You go on DeviantArt, you go on Arts and Clients. There's a lot of websites for picking up. There's a Reddit for art collaboration specifically for making comics. There's for going on Twitter. You can go on Twitter and check those out. Is it easy for you to tell how the pacing of your story is going as you write, or is it better with an outside POV? I only bring the editor in with when I'm done the story, and so right now the editor has it. The editor, okay, so here's why I'm terrified of the editor. The editor, I sent her an email a few days ago and she didn't reply, and she's usually very good at replying, and I think that I might have that one might have been a little bit rough because I showed a little bit of weakness because I showed that I wasn't comfortable with some stuff I wrote, so that might have rubbed her the wrong way. I also think she might not be enjoying something in the story, so that is an issue, but I'm getting ready for the potential that this editor is going to come back to me and tell me that the story's garbage, and that a lot of things need to be improved. So in that particular perspective, is it easy to tell that the pacing of my story is good as I'm writing? I don't know. Maybe my beta readers like some of the story. My close friends like some of the story. She's really enjoying it. 4 of my friends are really enjoying it. That validates me. For me, I feel like in terms of the hero's journey is giving me the pacing cues. Like, I know from my story, I know the beginning is very aggressive. And I'm hoping people are just going to be willing to go through the slow burn. So I can tell that the pacing is really bad for the beginning. And I haven't figured out how to fix it. So right now, with the hero's journey story structure and with my general idea of how light novels pace things out, I feel like the pacing of my story is going more or less correct. I can tell when things are being rushed because I can tell that I'm skipping out plot details. Skipping plot details will definitely tell me I'm being rushed, and my writing style has a lot of description in it. So when I start skipping description, I know I'm also rushing. So for this Eden's, it's better. It's honestly, it's good to have an outside POV because you get stuck in your head, and it's also good to know your own tells. If you can see yourself compromising, you're probably like screwing up the pacing. What? Oh, did you see the US will sue Google? Yes, I saw that. I'm very excited. What's the job of the editor beside? Oh, the capital necessary to is a high barrier to entry that needs. Yeah, it is. It is. That's why we're gonna go through the comic route, because we might be able to get lucky there. Hopefully, someone will pick us up. Like, look, if all else fails, I'm gonna hire some Japanese person. If we make a good amount of money here, I'll just hire a Japanese person to translate it into Japanese, and then see if we can get Katakoa that way. I don't know. That'd be a funny joke. It'd just be the story of how Trip went desperate trying to get an anime done. But no, comic is the most reasonable thing to expect. Tiandre asks, what's the job of the editor besides grammar and whatnot? The job of the editor depends on how much you pay your editor. The editor will get you the grammar. If you get a market savvy editor, the editor will also do things like make your book profitable on Amazon in terms of SEO. So they're going to be writing blurbs. They know what sells. They know what kind of things they got to be aiming for. So if you get an editor who has a history of being in the market, that's the best one if you're going for finances. Other things that they do, the editor tells you if something doesn't make sense. The editor can tell you if the pacing doesn't work for your particular market, if you have an editor who is specialized in that market. So really, the editor makes the most amount of sense when you're writing for money. Yeah, Master Grade, that'd be pretty funny. That's when the editor makes the most sense, because having an editor for a web serialization, not worth it. You're not making money on a web serialization unless you're getting supported on Patreon. It's better if you just have your friends read it. Just have your friends read your whatever you're writing, and don't worry about having a legitimate editor. Hey Trip, if you do a comic, might I suggest one to lays in, you know? You can complain about the adaptation. Oh my god, I would love to complain about the adaptation, Master Grade. That would be hilarious. I would love to say like, yeah, this was pretty shit. I don't know what I was thinking when I said yes to this. They've botched my baby. Oh, that'd be funny. Oh, if you do, my sis selling a comic. Oh, okay. Everything over $0 is too much. Yeah, DeAndre. Anything over $0 is too much. Pull a Tabitha. Oh man. Okay. Let's see. We'll just go to midnight. We have 5 more minutes. If anyone has any more questions to put up there. As for so Skelly wants to do. I'm doodling. So Skelly wants to do a writing room session, like the one that we just did today. We can do that like in 2 weeks if Skelly wants. Well, I'll talk to Skelly. We'll see when we can do it. Are you gonna watch the Demon Slayer movie? Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I have to watch a bunch of movies. I need to watch Digimon for Animamus as well. But yeah, we'll do a writing room session. We'll make a cool story. Yeah, Master Grade, that'll be great to have you. So, wonderful little doodle there. What is our win condition as we leave this live stream? What do I want to get out of with the power of cute girls? I will save the world. Well, honestly, it's a troll title. I'm not sure if you guys can tell. It's a troll. Oh, Tibet would love to return. Okay, well, Tibet, it'll probably be on a Tuesday. Tuesday will be the least intrusive day we can do it. I'll bring my cosplay to the movies. I got a DVD of the new Digi. Oh, nice anime, miss. So what's the win condition for my current project here? I want to win the contest. That's what I want to do. I want to win the contest. I don't think I will, depending on how much work I can produce. I don't think I can. I already have too many things I have to do. But I want to win the contest. Let's say trending. Let's get into top 10 trending. We want to get into top 10 trending. That's where I want to be. I want to have my anime girls be on the front of that page. If we get top 10 trending, I think we can say like, oh, yeah, Trip legitimately knows how to game a system. That's what we really learned. If I get the top 10 trending, I get social profit. That's what I really want. I want social profit. I want people to think I know how to write. I want people to think I'm funny. Maybe I'm not. I don't think I am, but like I would love people to think I am. I think that'll be good. By next week, make waifus. Yeah, Apple. Oh, guys, let me show you. As we're heading out here, man. Let me show you this stuff. Let me show you what I was working on, so you can see how Waifu Labs works, and so that you can see how easy it is to get onto this site and be an amazing writer. So. Yo, if anyone wants an exercise, whenever you read a book, like whenever you read a Katakoa adaptation, legitimately, look at it and try and see if you can identify the the hero's journey. Different books, especially when you get later in the series, will have a different style for the reader's journey. The hero's journey, but it's usually going to be there because the hero's journey just again, the biggest thing you get from it is the promise of closure. That's what the hero's journey guarantees you, and that's really important for when you're writing. So here's the waifu labs. So if you guys want to make yourself a waifu, you just go in here. All right, I don't like them. They're ugly. They're not my favorites. Oh, this one's got boobs. All right, so this. Hmm. Okay, we'll go with her. Who do I like? I like blue. I'm not sure you guys can tell. I really like blue. Okay, so now we have different styles. All right, cool. Oh, let's refresh. I want the different style. I want to make sure the boobs are still exposed because the boobs are money. Let's see. And actually, guys, like legitimately, make sure you have pretty girls on your covers. That's just how that works. It's just it helps. People still judge books by their covers. I know in school you're taught to not do it, but people like doing it. Oh, this one's got different colored eyes. We're gonna go for her. All right, so I'm generating my waifu. Oh, geez, this one's pretty. Oh, they all lost the boob though. Okay, well this one's pretty, I think. All right, and there you go. I got my waifu, and they apparently make pillows out of this. But you know, you just go here, you just save it, and then just like that. Just like that. That's all it takes for you to be in this contest. I mean, these three girls, these four girls, that's how they were made. That's entirely how they were made. Just a few minutes and you have a contest winning picture. Like when when it's this easy to succeed, why wouldn't you succeed? Why wouldn't you take all the little shortcuts you can when it's that easy to succeed, right? Man, do they have cowgirls? Boobs are money. I know which waifu you had in high school. Trip sound greedy says. Pillows for $90. Holy crap, moly! How? Holy crap, it is. Oh, the poster's cheap. Oh, that's good. That is too expensive, guys. That's it. Forget books. We're gonna try and get them out of the market. We're going to try and kick these guys out of the market. First thing, we're going to use the Catgirl AI to be able to generate waifus for us. And then we're going to kick these guys out of the market. We're going to ship for much, much cheaper. Free shipping at $90 for a pillow. A pillow can't cost that much. Who is being scammed on a pillow? Even the poster is a little bit too much. Like on Teespring, I can make a poster for $20. What are these guys doing? Well, these guys clearly are playing like they clearly know what they're doing. If they're charging $90, there was a cowgirl in the lineup. Yeah, I'd rather do some rough sketches, more freedom. Yeah. Gotta rework the waifu I made from the draft I did. Buy one in Steam. I bet the pillar like bricks, a bag of bricks. That'd be the ultimate scam. Let's make another one. Skelly said there's more here. I didn't like her that much. Oh, I like her. I realized recently that I like when I see like dark skinned anime girls. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just reminding me of my island. Even though like maybe it's just making me nostalgic. Skip this step. Can we make something pretty? This is the kind of thing though you kind of need to go and you need to touch it up. Oh, I also like over complexity in designs. Look at that. Oh yeah, yeah, that's cute. The shirt's a little bit messed up. I can fix that in post, but yeah, that's cute. That's totally cute. I'll save her. Actually, no, I can't. No, but that's the waifu labs. Everyone, if you wanted to go make your own waifu, it's waifu labs. I'm sure they'll be okay with me plugging them. All right, cool. Dark skin tomboys. Honestly, that's who the tomboy is gonna be. It's still gonna be a dark skin. Over complexity, go for Yu-Gi-Oh hair. Yeah, no muscle waifus. No, Nick. The waifu AI is pretty. It's not great yet, so that's why. There are husbando labs. I don't know, Tiandre. I guess I can check it out and see if I spot anything here real quick. Let me just see. Husbando labs. I don't think so, because girls are more profitable than boys in general. No. Wait. Not really. Not at the same level of waifu labs, unfortunately. What can you do? Girls are profit. I think we... I think I should. I'm gonna just write that down, just in case I make that a shirt out of that. What did Skelly quote? Boobs are money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. Boobs are money. Just in case we make Oh, that'll be pretty. That'll be pretty tasteless. That'll be pretty. But if someone buys it, that's on them, not on me. Boobs are money. That'll be a nice slogan. That'll be the slogan for everyone that's writing a story. You're going to show the cons demographic. Oh yeah, yeah. How sexist in 2020 internet? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, guys. Thank you all so much for being here. You guys were all wonderful. I hope you got something out of this whole. You have enough floors to have a bunch of different colors. Yeah, yeah. Tibet's really correct. Gotta go. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here too. So guys, thank you all so much for being here. Nick, Edens, Prower, Hunter, Joe, welcome Joe. Tibet, welcome Tibet. Will was here. Zanitz, Skelly, Animamus, Miguel, Vance. Oh, we have 20 people here, and I'm drawing a blank. Prower, Hunter. Yeah. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. I hope you legitimately got something out of this. The stream. Oh, Tibet. Yeah, I'm glad you were here too. Matthew. Yeah, Matthew. Night, Matthew. The stream will be public tomorrow. It has to process. It's probably going to be unlisted for a while, but we'll get it up. And then Master Grade wants it clipped, so I'll see if I can get it clipped in a reasonable amount of time. Right now, I can only afford to put 2 hours a day into YouTube because of recent problems. And then hopefully that'll be a little bit different. Tiandre and Black Fox, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, you guys too. Have a good night. Great. One more day to count. Yeah, anime. This is very exciting. But yes, great. Thank you all for being here. And until next time, I hope you have an absolutely great night or great day wherever you are. And with that, we will end the stream in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have a great night, everyone.